Good morning. We are live from Council Chambers. And before we begin, I want to go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate, and Council will take direction from the meeting clerk. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell. Take the stairs to ground level and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during the evacuation. Finally, please speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid.
Nancy, we ready to go? Good. Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. And at this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of TD6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nikorasu, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call of my council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Prince Bay.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cardinal.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good. Everyone is here. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'll move that the June 11th, 12th City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of item 8.3, Bylaw 20866 to amend revised Bylaw 19781. And item 9.1, City Manager Recruitment Update number 3, as well as replacement report attachments, item 8.4, Bylaw 20826, semi-annual amendments to speed zones bylaw, and 10, motions pending, the addition of item 10.3, grant funding agreement. Oh, and the deletion, sorry, of item 7.3, Police Commission audit and program service review.
Okay, need a seconder.
Second.
That's Councillor Rice.
Yes.
Okay. Questions on this? Procedurally, I heard from a number of my colleagues that they do not want to delete 7.3, right? So if we don't approve that, it will remain on the agenda as agenda item at after the spring SOBA, because 7.2 is first item on Wednesday. So can we, if that doesn't approve, then we will debate that at 7:00. I don't want to have a lengthy debate about the audit itself now. I think rather wait when we get to that item. So now decision is about whether you want to delete it or not, right?
That's correct. It's been moved and seconded that it be deleted, so you would need to amend that motion, or if it's friendly,
Yeah.
change it that way.
So if council members do not want to delete that item, I would suggest that you amend this motion instead of having lengthy debate on the audit itself. So Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I would like to amend that.
Second.
Okay, or we will vote on the amendment first.
Sorry, so the amendment is to remove.
Remove
the deleted
7.3
item. Thank you.
from the adoption of the agenda. Okay, Councillor Rutherford, go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess just, decision on this amendment, whether this is deleted or not. I guess why is this deletion on here in the first place? Because even if it wasn't deleted, it would stay as part of public record. It could be accepted for information. Like, it doesn't have to be a big ordeal, but deleting it deletes it from public record.
Deleting it just removes it from your agenda for discussion.
It just removes it from the agenda for discussion, so it would still stay on the agenda that is publicly posted?
What's been posted has been posted, yes.
What's been posted has been posted? Okay, that helps clarify. Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, all right, so we have amendment on the floor. Anyone to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Councillor Tang, you want to close on the amendment?
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. I think to Councillor Rutherford's points around kind of transparency and making sure this is on public record, I think that's important to keep this item. I also was intending to select it for voting purpose, not for lengthy discussion, to your point, Mr. Mayor. So I would like to see this item remain on the agenda.
Okay, all right, so please vote.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. All right, it will remain on the agenda. Now, can we please vote on the adoption of the agenda itself?
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move the approval of the minutes from the April 23rd, 24th, 2024 City Council meeting, the May 13th, 2024 City Council public hearing, the May 14th, 15th, 2024 City Council meeting, the May 22nd, 2024 Special City Council meeting, and the May 27th, 2024 City Council public hearing.
Second.
Thank you so much. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, so please vote.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Protocol items. We have a couple of exciting protocol items. I'm going to start with Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. It is my pleasure this morning to welcome to Council Chambers delegates from the American Council of Young Political Leaders. This program provides learning and cultural exchange opportunities for political leaders between the ages of 25 and 41. Participants in the bilateral exchanges travel to other countries to meet with government officials, political parties, elected leaders, policy experts, labor unions, and members of the business community, and to visit important historical and cultural sites. I had the pleasure of participating in an exchange last year where the delegation I was part of, inbound delegation to the United States, visited Washington, D.C. and Nebraska, and I'm thrilled to help host an American delegation in Edmonton this week. The experience highlighted for me the importance of fostering our professional and personal relationships and growth in our emerging leaders. Delegates visiting Edmonton this week they actually are visiting from Ottawa and Montreal before they arrived in Edmonton. So we're the last stop on their trip, and I want to make sure that we're the best stop, obviously. Before coming here, they had the opportunity to meet with a variety of stakeholders, including members of parliament in in Ottawa and I think Montreal. On their visit here, they've met with MLAs, they've met with ministers, they've met with business leaders, and of course members of council this morning at a protocol reception, which was hosted by our own protocol staff here in the city, and I'd like to thank them for all the work that they did to make that happen. This morning, after today's protocol item, before I introduce them, they're off to CFB Edmonton to learn about sort of Canada's relationship with our military. So it's been wonderful to have them. And before I go on, I'd like to please join me in welcoming, and I'd ask you to stand as I read your name and stay standing. The Honorable Willis Blackshear, member of the Ohio House of Representatives. Christy Cabrera, Deputy Director of the Nevada Conservation League. Blair Hancock, Government Affairs Advisor with Gray Robinson. The Honorable Carrie Hicks, member of the Oklahoma State Senate. Joel Watson, Deputy Secretary for Communications, Office of the Louisiana Secretary of State. The Honorable Laura Williams, member of the Kansas House of Representatives. And the Honorable Artie Kasakian, council member or councillor for the city of Glendale, California. And they're accompanied on this journey by Jordy Summers Lubar. Yeah, I'm gonna make you stand too, Jordy, sorry. Jordy Summers Lubar, who has taken them from Ottawa to Montreal and all the way to Edmonton. As a fun fact, Jordy worked for Mayor Sohi when he was minister. So it's our absolute pleasure to have you here. Thank you for joining us today, and I hope you have inspiring conversations and enjoy your time in Edmonton.
Thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure to meet some of you this morning, and I hope you continue to enjoy your visit here in the city for the next day. And so now I'm going to go to Councillor Knack to talk about city data.
Or data?
Data.
We have to ask, or data or data.
Data.
We'll go through that.
Both.
Both work, I think. I would like to recognize some ongoing exceptional work happening at the City of Edmonton. The Service Innovation and Performance Branch is making Edmonton a more data or data-driven city. In particular, I would like to recognize the following individuals, and same thing, you all get to stand up and stay standing while I read out all of the great things that you're doing, so you get ready to stand for a while. So Kim Matheson, Raja Bawa, Michael Sambir, Benita Lowen, Sajid Majid, Rachel Gao. So their work, I like how we made you stand so that now you have to hear the whole, this is like a dynasty here. Just get ready. We got to celebrate this. So, okay, their work gives us important insight into how policies, programs, and investments are operating, how we can better serve Edmontonians, and how we can best spend tax dollars and implement grants. Edmonton has been a member of the World Council on City Data since 2019 and is part of the Data Canadian Cities pilot project. This program tracks around 120 indicators aligned with United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. They are grouped into 19 categories such as environment, economy, governance, finance, waste, public safety, and transportation. So this allows Edmonton to benchmark itself with more than 30 Canadian cities, with numerous peer cities globally. So with that in mind, I am pleased to share that Edmonton is receiving the World Council on City Data certification at the highest level, Platinum, for the 5th year in a row. 5th year, yeah, this is the plan, yes. That's why I'm saying, when you get like 5 years in a row, you definitely get to throw the dynasty word around. That's like what happens with most sports teams. So Edmonton certification, do you have like banners that you hang in your office, like, you know, so each year that you get it? We need to get that and hang it from the Edmonton Tower, so for each of those years. Edmonton certification is a critical tool for continuing to advance city policies and priorities and building increased prosperity and investment attractiveness through data-driven insights. The World Council on City Data Edmonton Partnership ensures data continuity and drives insights and trend analysis about Edmonton's sustainable development and quality of life. I'd like to congratulate the Service Innovation and Performance Branch and thank them for their hard work. And we'll do one more round of applause for you. Thank you. And now you can sit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nack, and thank you so much for your work. We will resolve as data or data. Right, so, okay. Thank you so much. And now I'm going to go to Councillor Rutherford for another exciting protocol item.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start by saying that I'm thrilled that Pride Month has arrived in Edmonton. Every June, members of the gender, sexual, and romantic diverse community and their allies join together in celebrating hard-earned progress towards equality. Together, we remember the many reasons we take pride in our city. For example, we take pride in the fact that Edmontonians can love and marry the person of their choice. We take pride that our city is a safe haven for refugees and immigrants from around the world that escape prosecution. And we take pride that residents of every identity, gender, or sexual orientation are protected by our laws and bylaws from discrimination and hate. At events throughout the month, Edmontonians wave rainbow flags, wear bright colors, and cheer on those who showcase what it means to live authentically. And organizations across our city take time to focus on supporting equality, diversity, and inclusion in the workplace, including the City of Edmonton. Yet, the work is far from over. Despite decades of activism and advocacy, members of the gender, sexual, and romantic diverse communities are still experiencing prejudice, underrepresentation, and frankly, misunderstanding. City Council and City Administration remain deeply committed to creating a city where everyone can experience belonging and contribute their best. I'm proud to share that within our organization, initiatives and tools like employee resource networks, the GBA Plus analysis, and informative trainings sessions are helping make these goals a reality. And I'd like to also highlight the work underway for establishing a council advisory committee with these folks' voices centered in that conversation. I should share my sincere thanks for the many city employees, local organizations, sponsors, and community members for supporting Pride Month and all it stands for. I wish you all a truly joyful celebration. Thank you.
And some of us had the chance to join some of our city employees from diverse backgrounds, including LGBTQ community, at the Pride at City luncheon last week. It was so much fun to see so many people engaged in inclusion and how we build our city for everyone. So thank you to everyone for all the work you have been doing. So with that, now we move on to selections of items for discussion. Okay. Who would like to start? Sign up. Here we are. Councillor Rutherford.
Oh, I'm first for a change, Councillor Stevenson. I would like to select 8.2 and
8.2.
and 8.3.
No, my pen. Hold on, my pen doesn't work. Here you go, got it.
And 8.1.
8.1, 8.2, 8.3, and 8.1, right?
Yeah, and I'll leave other things for others to select.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. I will select 7.7.
7.7.
I'll leave it for others to select. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Tang.
Okay, I will select 7.2, 7.3 for voting purpose, 9.1,
Hold on, 9.1.
and then 5.1, just wanted some clarity.
5.1.
5.1, thank you.
Oh, here, I see. Okay.
Is 6.1 must select too?
Just hold on. 5.1, just hold on.
It is a verbal, as far as we're aware.
Yeah, we'll
But
select.
it's unfinished. Okay, I'll select that too.
Okay, select 6.1. Okay, Councillor Carmel.
Thank you. 7.1. And 7.4.
7.1. Sorry, what's the other one?
7.4.
7.4, got it. Okay, Counselor Knack?
I know 7.3 was selected for voting purposes, but I do have questions. I just wanted to flag that I'd like to select it for debate, not just speak or voting.
Okay. No, that would be 7.3. And Counselor Principe?
Thank you. I'd like to select items 7.5 and 7.6.
7.5, 7.6. Okay. All right, so 5.1, 6.1, 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, 7.4, 7.5, 7.6, 7.7, 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, 9.1. Got it, okay. Can someone move the balance, please?
So moved?
Thank you.
Second?
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Can you please read back to us what we have approved?
Thank you. This morning, council has passed the recommendation in the following report without debate. Item 7.8, Neighborhood Area Structure Plan, council authorization.
Okay. Okay, Councilor Cartmel, to the bylaws, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move first reading of item 8.4 and 8.5.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councilor Rutherford, so please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of item 8.4 and 8.5.
Councilor Rutherford,
Second.
second, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of items 8.4 and 8.5.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of Bylaw 20826 and Bylaw 20802.
Second.
Okay, so please vote for the final readings.
We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, before you continue.
I skipped one part, right? Vote on request to speak, none. Request for specific time on the agenda. I'll come to that. Okay. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'll move that the following items be dealt with at a specific time on the agenda. Item 9.1, City Manager Recruitment Update. Number 3, Verbal Report. First item at 1:30 on Wednesday, June 12th in Councilor's Boardroom or by virtual participation. And item 6.1, second item at 1:30 on Wednesday, June 12th.
Okay. Need a seconder?
Second.
Okay. All right, Councillor Nack, you have questions on this?
Yeah, I was just wondering, since we have our delegation here from EPS, and I guess they have to be here for 7.1 parts of it anyways, but is it better to,
Well, we're going to come to that item right after 7.1, right?
but we have
So-
6.1 first?
No, we are
Oh, sorry,
changing
did I miss
that.
Sorry, I
Yeah,
should read the
6.1.
motion that you actually moved, so.
Yeah, 6.1 is being
That was a
moved
great
to-
failure, on the
Yeah.
record,
Okay.
of my failure, thank you.
Okay, so please vote. It'll be 6.1 will be the second item at 1:30 tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, okay. All right, so please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. Done with. Any councillor inquiries? No councillor inquiries? Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. Request to reschedule reports. 5.1 was selected, so we'll deal with that now, right? Okay. Councillor Tang, you selected this? Go ahead, please.
I think I just would like administration just to provide a bit of a distinction and clarification. I know this item has a lot of public interest. We will be discussing this today for 8.3. Can you just outline a little bit more about what the 5.1, what does it add? How is it going to be distinct?
Sure, yeah. Item 5.1 is future work beyond the phase of the work that we're going to be discussing in 8.3. So it's a next step, and with the team's efforts and focus on what we're discussing in 8.3, we're deferring this to do the work later in the year, and we've talked with Councillor Rice, the ward councillor, and that's what this is about. So they're very different. Next phase of work.
Okay, great. Thank you. Do I need to move anything?
Can you move it now?
Sure. I'm good with that. Happy to approve that.
Okay,
So moved.
Move. Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Cardwell. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. I just want to let administration know that on 8.3, I'm going to give quite a bit latitude to council members to ask all the questions they need to ask, because last time this was discussed in camera and we were not able to discuss that in public. So I know sometimes bylaws are so just focused on borrowing, right? So please have administration present so that all the questions can be asked in public that can be asked in public, right? So just, so there'll be latitude for council members to ask those questions.
Understood. And for context, we have a presentation to set the context for
Got
it
it.
as well, which we normally wouldn't do for a bylaw.
Okay,
if
got
council
it.
so chooses. So.
Thank you so much for that. Okay. Okay, now we will deal with 7.1 first. Then next item after that will be 7.3, Edmonton Police Commission Audit and Program. So that folks from EPS and Commission are here for both items, and one will be dealt with after the another one. So, okay, to make sure that their time is utilized as efficiently as possible. Okay.
Good morning. With me today is Jody Graham, Director of Budget Planning and Development. We're presenting the Spring 2024 Supplemental Capital Budget Adjustment. The Spring SCBA allows Council to adjust the capital budget twice a year in response to changing project needs, new funding opportunities and challenges, emerging issues, and changing priorities. Periodic adjustments also allow the city to make changes to capital project budgets as required using the Project Development and Delivery Model, known as PDDM. The PDDM model is iterative. At each stage of concept and design, more precise estimates are possible. This allows the city to ensure that projects move to an appropriate level of development before being considered for delivery. Regular budget adjustments are part of this model. The corporate business plan outlines the actions we will take to achieve Connect Edmonton's strategic goals and the city plan's big city moves. We are focused on maintaining a great city, including parks, bridges, roads, buildings, and LRT lines that Edmontonians use every day. The capital budget responds to these challenges by focusing on maintaining the infrastructure we have and advancing projects that are critical to the city's growth. The projects in the capital budget build Edmonton's mobility network, no matter how we choose to move people around. The projects support development of communities where people can meet many of their needs within their community. The capital investment supports economic growth across our city's many industries, and capital projects help us adapt to climate change and support energy transition. I'll now pass it over to Jody to take you through the rest of the presentation.
Good morning. This slide shows the approved capital budget, including all previous spring and fall supplemental capital budget adjustments, or SCBAs. The slide includes tax-supported operations, the waste utility, as well as the Blatchford and downtown district energy utilities. The approved capital budget for the entire city prior to the 2024 spring SCBA is $10.37 billion, comprised of $9.3 billion within the 2023 to 2026 timeframe, and an additional $1.06 billion approved in the years for 2027 and beyond. The 2024 Spring SCBA report addresses administration's recommended adjustments to the capital budget for tax-supported operations only. The adjustments to the Blatchford and downtown district energy utility budgets are brought forward in separate reports to City Council directed through the Utility Committee. Today we are presenting the third supplemental capital budget adjustment for this cycle, with adjustments for the period of 2024 to 2026. The 2024 Supplemental Capital Budget Adjustment Report recommends that 68 adjustments in Attachment 7 of the Spring 2024 SCBA report be approved. They are comprised of 5 different types of adjustments, as you see here on this slide. On the next slide, we will provide additional information on the adjustments that impact the total capital plan and highlight significant projects. The 2024 Spring SCBA, as proposed, recommends $262.6 million increase to the city's overall approved capital budget. The table on this slide shows the categorization of all adjustments and projects with significant net impact. A net of $171.5 million in 10 new profiles recommended for funding, including the Housing Accelerator Fund initiatives and related projects profile with $170.7 million in new funding from the Housing Accelerator Fund. A complete listing of the recommended capital profiles is included in Attachment 8 of the Spring 2024 SCBA report. A net $130 million increase relating to the scope changes, including funding for unfunded renewal projects with high-risk scores, neighborhood renewal reserve allocation, Glen Redding School Site Road and servicing. Recosting increases resulting in the net increase of $22 million, primarily attributed to the Imagine Jasper Avenue from 114th Street to 124th Street. And recosting decreases resulting in a net $60.9 million release, primarily attributed to the TELUS World of Science and Northwest Campus profile release. The net result of all proposed adjustments recommended in Attachment 7 of the Spring 2024 SCBA report are a $262.6 million increase to the city's approved capital budget. The most significant of these items is this net increase is the addition of $170.7 million in the new Housing Accelerated Fund initiatives and related projects profile, funded from the Housing Accelerator Fund, and $95.5 million in funding for unfunded renewal projects with high-risk scores funded from the capital funding pool. Edmonton's Housing Accelerated Fund action plans submission was approved by Council on June 15th of 2023, and the City of Edmonton and Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation announced an agreement on February 20th, 2024 for $175 million. $4.5 million was submitted as part of the 2024 Spring Supplemental Operating Budget Adjustment and approved by Council. The remainder, $170.7 million, makes up the new Housing Accelerator Fund initiatives and related projects profile for the delivery of the Edmonton's Housing Accelerated Fund Action Plan, which is expected to create an additional 5,236 new housing units by 2026, over and above what would typically be expected for a total of 35,000 new homes. The Spring 2024 recommends funding. Spring 24 SCBA recommends funding unfunded items that scored 8, 9, or 10 for 2024, 2025, and 2026. Unfunded items that score 7 for 2024 and 2025, with the expectation of conventional buses. Conventional buses are partly funded for 2025. For the fall 2023 SCBA, administration identified unfunded renewal projects with significant risks. Risk was measured in terms of impact and probability, and the risk matrix that is defined can be found in Attachment 4 of the fall 2023 SCBA. The fall 2023 SCBA recommends funding a 2024 portion of the renewal projects identified to have high-risk scores of 8 or 9. The total recommended funding is $15.3 million, with $10.6 million from the corporate funding pool and $4.7 from the LRT reserve. Current strategies for addressing the renewal shortfall include right-sizing our asset inventory and new dedicated renewal fund as outlined in Attachment 3 of the fall SOBA and outlined in this SOBA presentation. Should Council choose to fund the preferred scenario, it would result in a 0% tax levy impact for 2024 and 0.25 increase for 2025 and 2026. Next slide, please. Now that the 2023 audited financial statements have been approved by Council, we wanted to provide an update on the city's debt servicing limits forecast out to 2041 as outlined in the city's debt management fiscal policy. The city's policy limits tax-supported debt servicing to 18% of tax-supported net operating expenditures, which are shown in the blue diamond line. Up to this limit, tax-supported debt is considered unconstrained and can be used to fully fund capital projects, i.e. capital projects can be 100% financed through tax-supported debt. Tax-supported debt servicing is reflected in the blue circled lines and shaded areas on the chart. At the December 31st capital financing update presented to Council on March 12th, administration had reported that tax-supported debt servicing would exceed the 18% restricted limits in 2027 and 2028, therefore restricting the use of tax-supported debt to fully fund capital projects. Cash flows for capital projects approved with tax-supported debt financing have been revisited based on the capital project progress to date, and tax-supported expenditure forecasts have been updated based on more recent financial results and budget forecast based on the 2024 Spring SCBA. I read that backwards. Just realized that. The city's tax-supported financing is now below its related 18% limit. The forecasted debt servicing costs shown in this graph factors an additional debt servicing approved for the Capital Line South Extension project being discussed as part of the borrowing bylaw in item 8.3 of today's agenda. The chart on this slide also represents debt servicing limits for the city's total debt servicing. Total debt servicing includes tax-supported debt and other self-supported tax-generated debt and self-liquidating debt. The city's total debt servicing limit is set at 21% of city's revenues, and this represented by the red square lines on the chart. Tax-supported debt servicing can exceed the 18% limit up to this 21% limit, but it is constrained and can only be used by providing city-matched funding required to leverage external funds, where the external amounts fund at minimum 1/3 of total project costs, or where the debt is self-supporting, tax-generated, or guaranteed and self-liquidating. Total debt servicing for the city is shown as the red triangle line on this chart and is forecasted to stay under the 21% debt servicing limit. The last debt servicing item identified to the chart, or limited added to the chart, is the maximum total debt servicing the city can have, and it is set at 26% of the corporate revenues. Borrowing beyond the 21% limit up to this 26% limit is considered restricted to where the debt is required for emergency purposes. The next few slides will walk City Council through the changes to the city's corporate funding pool. The corporate funding pool is a term used to describe funding resources used primarily for capital that have very few restrictions. It consists of 4 funding sources: pay-as-you-go, which is a combined investment earning and tax levy directed towards capital; Municipal Sustainability Initiative, or MSI funding, which is provincial grant; Local Government Fiscal Framework, or LGFF funding, which is another provincial grant that is replacing the MSI program in 2024; and the Canada Community Building Fund, or CCBF, which is the annual grant for the federal government. Funds are held in the corporate funding pool to address future budget needs and manage emerging items, negative balances, and it should be avoided. After the approval of the fall 2023 SCBA, the corporate funding pool balance was $11.4 million. This balance consisted entirely of pay-as-you-go. 2023 year-end adjustments of $23.9 million, including the $15.7 million in additional LGFF, $7.2 million in additional CCBF, and $1 million in PAYGO. Forecast updates of $4.8 million, including 2024 investment earnings forecast, decrease of $3.1 million, and an increase to the forecasted 2026 LGFF allocation of $7.9 million. Legal settlement of $12.8 million, and $59.8 million due to tax-supported debt servicing cost deferral as approved during the spring 2024 supplemental operating budget adjustment, resulting in a positive balance in the corporate funding pool of $12.7 million. As part of the spring 2024 SCBA, administration is recommending that the total use of $112.7 million of corporate funding pool towards adjustments recommended in the spring SCBA as follows: unfunded renewal projects with risk scores of 7, 8, 9, or 10, Imagine Jasper Avenue from 114th Street to 124th Street, Glen Ridding School Site Road and Servicing, new school sites, base level planning and design, Holyrood Golden Homes demolition, satellite garage service package capital requirement. Assuming approval of the recommendations in this report, the corporate funding pool would be at a zero balance. An overview of the corporate funding pool balances are included in Attachment 9 of the Spring 2024 Supplemental Capital Budget Adjustment. That concludes our presentation. We look forward to working with you through this process to amend the budget and find a balance between addressing our financial pressures, taxpayers' tolerances for increases, and Edmontonians' expectations for service and infrastructure. Thank you for your attention, and we're welcome to take questions.
Yep. Well, thank you so much for the presentation. We really appreciate that. And what we will do is do one round of questions before we move the recommendation. So I'll start with Councillor Cardinal. You exempted this, unless you want to move the recommendation.
Not quite yet.
Okay, so that's why I thought it would be a good idea to go through one round of questions
Yeah,
first. Yeah, good, go ahead.
fair enough, Mayor Sohi. So I probably have a couple of rounds of questions here. I want to first talk about the PDDM model just a little bit. And just sort of confirm some understandings here, or my understandings at least. So checkpoint one is project initiation. All that does is get something on the list.
That's right. It's the beginning of looking into the details of the project, yeah. Planning and design elements. It's the beginning of that process. Yeah.
Is there very much work done? Like, is there a little work done? Is there scoping work done? What, like?
Yeah, there's a little work done, there's scoping work done, and there's prioritization to say what limits of a corridor we should be in, but it's really that line on the drawing and the boundaries and limits of it, so really cursory work.
So I'm just using this by way of example. I think one of the ones that's at checkpoint one is the park and ride transit facility in Windermere. And so when it's approved to the approval is to complete the work under checkpoint one, just to be precise?
So at checkpoint one would be when we would begin to look at scoping out and doing more detailed the design work, so we could get a reasonable budget, which reaches that checkpoint 3 point, where we would actually move forward with the building of that project.
So in that instance, it would be the number of bus bays, the number of parking spots, the amount of area that takes. It would be just that. It wouldn't be a whole lot of costing beyond that.
Correct.
Fair?
Yep, fair.
Okay. And then if that project was moved to checkpoint, I guess it goes immediately to checkpoint 3 then. It doesn't stop at checkpoint 2.
We would go through the phases of checkpoint 1, 2, then to 3, and it would be back here where we would set the budget and the timeline to complete the project at checkpoint 3.
So this is where it gets a little confusing, right? So if a project is completed for checkpoint 1, I'm looking at the 2-pager on the PDDM. Does that mean that all of the things under checkpoint 1 are completed? And so we're effectively at checkpoint 2 but have not been approved to proceed through checkpoint 2?
No, checkpoint 1 is basically identifying the project and the approximate limits or scope at a very broad scale. That's all checkpoint 1 is. We haven't really got into any design elements of it. Between 1 and 2, you would go into the start of design heading towards a prelim.
So if we approve something for checkpoint 2, that says authorization for design expenditures. That means we can go and do some design work.
We're continuing the design work, and right now, we set a project baseline between checkpoint 1 and 3. We do a budget for that, our planning and design, then we come back at checkpoint 3, or we set that next key phase to go into delivery, finishing final design, tender-ready delivery.
So if it's approved at checkpoint 3, that means the completion of checkpoint 3, which says approval for capital budget.
Correct.
So if we approve something at checkpoint 3, then the next time we hear about it, we're ready to build. It's shovel ready, more or less, depending on the delivery model.
Give or take, yes. Like at checkpoint 3, we've done enough design that we're setting our budget for delivery. We're finishing the detailed design to get ready to go to tender. Then we would award, then we would construct.
And that's what approval of checkpoint 3 gets us.
That's correct.
Okay. And then the next checkpoint really is checkpoint 5.
That's correct. Yeah, completion of the project.
So I'm not sure why we have checkpoints 2 and 4 then, if they don't really come into play.
In terms of council touch points, that's just administrative work where we're going through all the phases of it. Our key checkpoints for council are defining our project, working through checkpoints 1 to 3, planning and design phases. Then checkpoint 3, awareness and move forward to delivery, or standalone projects that council is approving along that journey.
Okay, so what we've just discussed is the checking in process with council.
Correct.
But checkpoints 2 and 4 are more administrative checkpoints.
That's right.
You
Correct.
go through 2 before you do 3, and you do 3 and you come back to council.
Correct, exactly.
I know I'm being pretty pedantic about this because I wonder about, we've had a bit of conversation with this, about the journey and the amount of time it takes, the level of detail it takes, and the amount of resources it takes to move through these checkpoints. I have a concern about that.
Understood. And I would say whatever version or form this takes, the city has decided to move forward. We have a policy on what we call the PDDM process, but any municipality, any project undertaken would follow all these similar phases. This is just how we've defined them for transparency, clarity, and stepping through.
Our vernacular, not everyone's.
Correct.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, start with a question. I know that there was, I think, 93 million in unfunded renewal projects with high scores of 7, 8, or 9. Is that correct?
95.5.
95.5, sorry, I just didn't have this slide in front of me. I guess the inverse question I have is, what funded renewal projects do we have with a really low score? Like, I think that's an important question. Because if we have to reprioritize, because what I'm worried about is being at 0 at the end, and then what about next budget adjustment in the fall when we have other things that are at a risk matrix that are high and we have no money?
Anytime we have, like, as new money comes on stream, we always look at it from a risk perspective and a priority perspective.
Yeah.
And we are trying to chip away at those that are hitting the highest risk score.
Yeah.
As there's new pieces coming online. Like when we worked through the 4-year budget.
But my question is, again, do we have funded renewal projects that are at a low risk score? Like, should we be reprioritizing funding and unfunded?
I'll try and answer that broadly. Our renewal program looks at our asset condition, and as asset condition degrades, your risk factors go up. So the foundation of our whole program and how we're assessing where we're going next with the funding and the budget we have.
So basically, there's
based on
no
risk.
renewal projects that are low score.
Well, it's a little bit, if you look at the neighborhood renewal program, some of those roads may not be at that risk factor 9 and 10, but we have a dedicated program because on average, they're behind the rest of the assets. So
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. I guess my other question is, how do we validate the risk matrix? So if I'm guessing each department, area, unit, in this case, there's a lot of renewal for police, for example, police equipment, for example, how do we validate, like, is it just somebody being like, yeah, I think it's a 9? Or like, what is the process? Because there's just one table that shows sort of the table and a few definitions. What is the validation process for that risk matrix?
As the risks are coming forward from each of the areas, we go through and we challenge and we talk to the individuals and we talk to the areas and make sure that there's a level of consistency
Okay.
in how they are being applied.
Okay, I just wanted to double check that. And then I'm gonna ask a kind of a can of worms question, I guess, and I think it goes to something me and Tim Cartmel, Councillor Cartmel, I forgot we're in council, Councillor Cartmel really align on in this, and like, what is driving up the cost of some of our projects? And I say this because, like, for example, Spruce Grove, right now in this environment, is building a community rec center for $73 million. And we get a memo saying that it's estimated that Rolly Miles would not come in anywhere under 100 million, and that's for a small size scale. 138. Like, why can't we build? Why is it that other municipalities are able to build things cheaper than us? What policies are driving up our costs?
I think what I might do is pass this over to Pascal to give a bit of context on that.
Thank you, Craig. So, Councillor Rutherford, I think there is a complex response to your question, but some of the key drivers around, and I'll take Rolly Miles because it's a concrete example and we can chat about that one. So what we're presenting in at Checkpoint 3 includes the fact that we are projecting the construction to start in 2028 and 2029. And so there is a significant escalation that's been added. We are at Checkpoint 3, which means that we do include a contingency that would be used to complete the design and then go into construction.
But like, even, okay, but let's do one that's like at the same kind of checkpoint as that Spruce Grove. Like Terwilliger Rec Center, I know that there's a little bit of higher scope, so I understand why it would come in higher than 73 million, but it is 3 to 4 times higher. Like, I guess I'm having trouble, and I know it's just a budget adjustment, but I can't keep saying yes when we're so at our limits, when I can't justify to folks what is driving up the costs of our specific projects in Edmonton. be it renewal or be it growth?
So we are taking away and looking at some policies, so I'll start, Pascal, and then you can add to it. But remember, we build a different type of assets under our policies that you have approved. So
Yeah,
when we
think I need to
require
know.
net zero, that is a different.
Net zero?
Yeah, that
What
is
else?
a different level of requirement. I'll maybe ask, this is where I'll ask
Yeah,
Pascal.
I'm running out of time, but I think my request is, I would like to know what policies that council has approved are driving up the cost of our capital. I really need that answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Okay, before I go to Councillor Rice, I want to welcome students who are joining us from Al Mustafa Academy, grade 6 class, and they are here with the teacher Feka Mobeen, and the Al Mustafa Academy is located in Ward Métis, which is Councillor Salvador's ward, and Councillor Salvador is waving to you. He's your ward councillor. Thank you so much for joining us. Are you here just for the day or for a week-long city school? Just for the day. And what are you doing for the day? Are you doing any mock city council or just visiting the city or city hall? You're doing mock city council? What is your topic of discussion? Who's the mayor for the class? Mayor, come down to the podium. Let's bring some fun to these meetings. Mr. Mayor, come down to the podium. Tell us your name, your worship. Yeah, go there. Tell us your name and tell us what you will be discussing at council, at your council meeting.
Hassan.
I'm sorry?
Abdullah Hassan.
Abdullah Hassan, yep.
We're gonna talk about the duties of what the councillors do, technically. We also want to learn why taxes, what are the reasons for the taxes, what percentage of taxes are implemented on us.
Okay.
And I think that's it.
Well, let us know if you, we would love to see your results and the things that you debate, both on the pro side and also on the opposition side. There might be some creative ideas that we could look at how to better perform as an organization and how we get the value for the taxes, and if there are creative ideas to maybe reduce taxes or not increase taxes, we would love to know that. So share those with us after your deliberation.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us. Cool. Okay, carry on and stay as long as you wish to do so. Thank you so much for once again joining us. Now I'm going to go to Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. And also, before I start my question, I would like to say welcome the students. So my question, I would like to start from the presentation. I do have many questions regarding the reports and attachments, but I want to focus on presentation first. Based on the presentation, I want to confirm this. For this spring, the capital budget adjustment, and we do have the two major changes here. I want to get very clear to confirm these two changes. The first change, and we have $263 million tax supported debt increase needed. And for this is number one. Number two, and I really, can I confirm that first?
That is correct. We have $262.6 million.
Yeah, so that's his rounded to $263 million increase.
Sorry, not tax-supported debt though, Councillor Rice.
Yeah.
That's just new funding available.
Funding available, a new funding requested. And during this new funding request, and there is another change is $112.7 million actually from corporate funding pool to increase some different expenditures on the different needs. Specifically, and among this $112.7 million, and we allocated $95.5 million and to unfunded renew project. So then my question is, the renew capital renew funding, and we had gap $1.6 billion. And in the SOBA last year, 2023, we funded $15.3 million. So at the more funding from this spring, and we still have lots of gap and in the renew program. And my question is there any plan and how we can increase investment in the renew program and from capital budgeting perspective?
I think what you've just described is what continues to be one of our significant challenges going forward. We have more renewal requirements than we have funding available. So we're looking at all of our options, but absent another funding source that we can identify, what you're going to continue to see is us prioritize renewal to the absolute highest needs programs.
So I understand that score system, and for the we call it risk scores. But my question, by looking at how we allocate the funding to the renew program, I found there's a gap there, and because this year, if we look at where's the funding source from, is from the funding pool, and is not from the tax supported debt. So I just want to know which policy, why we only from the funding pool, not from that tax support debt that is actually our taxpayer paid and for the services.
So not every renewal project qualifies for the use of tax-supported debt. We would only use tax-supported debt for a significant renewal program that extends the life of the asset for a number of years.
Okay, so is there any way we could explore some strategy to really speed up the renew program investment? Because that is where we heard over and over from Edmontonians concern about.
I think we continue to look at all of the options to figure out how to fund and resolve our renewal needs. I don't think I have the answer to that question at this time.
Okay, and then, yeah, I understand because the gap is so huge and gives the over $100 million we invested on renew program compared to the gap, $1.6 billion needed. That is a huge gap there. So that is why I'm asking questions or any solution we could explore. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Rice. Please come for the second round. Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry that Abdul left because I had some questions related to how this impacts the property taxes that he was concerned about. So I'm just wondering, with the debt servicing, that, what is it, the red triangle line, that could drop as interest rates drop, right?
Yeah, for anything going forward. So if interest rates come down and we haven't yet borrowed, you can see that curve come down a bit.
Okay, and even though that's hovering along that 18% limit line, that's really no correlation. Like, we should be comparing that to the red star line, which is our debt servicing limit of 26%, right? That's sort of what we should be comparing to.
Well, remember there's layers here, right? So The 18% is your unconstrained debt limit. So it's where you can borrow for any type of long-term capital project without having any other criteria associated. Once you hit that limit, we start to apply restrictions. And so at the 21% limit, you're only going to be able to borrow for things that you have match funding or other funding sources for. And that 26% limit, that's emergency only.
Okay, okay, thank you for clarifying that, okay. And then I'm just wondering for, preparing the planning and the infrastructure and that for the school sites. The only one I think that is really committed to right now is Glen Ridding, is that correct? That the province is providing full funding?
No, I think more broadly, the province has set their 3-year plan, and they've got 3 that are committed for construction and another 5 that are committed for planning and design. So this is feeding their priority and their plan, and that's why we're starting to step in to try and keep up with that more broadly.
Okay, but do we have to be at the point of having the funding for something that's just in the planning stage on their side? Like, how soon do we have to get things ready for that school to go in?
We need to keep pace with their progress of their design and when they're going to construct. So it's in parallel with their timing, I would say, and we need about a year to do our design process as well, if that helps.
Okay, I'm just wondering if we're just getting too far ahead of ourselves. But, and then, when was the last time that we approved any sort of significant funding, I guess, for renewal or replacement? Like, because some of these projects that we've got here date back quite a while.
We did the best we could when we just set the 4-year budget. That would have been the last time we did as much as we could. We added as much. We funded to about 30.7% of the requirement. If you take out areas where they're 100%, like for example, we've 100% funded the bridge renewal. Neighborhood renewal is 100% funded. We did the best we could and we added as much as we possibly could, and then there was still some growth approved. And now every subsequent SCBA we are bringing forward, if there is available funding, our desire and our priority and our focus is to add it to renewal as much as possible to start chipping away at that backlog.
Okay, so someday we will reach a point where
Or you have to approve a higher tax levy to fund your renewal.
Okay.
And there's also the asset rationalization work going on, looking at how many assets can we sustain over time. So there's multiple layers in there.
Okay. Let's see, I've got a minute left. The Housing Accelerator Fund. So do these calculations take into account that we are going to receive that federal funding? Or is it on the basis that we might not?
What you're seeing us add is the fact that we are getting the funding and then the allocation of the funding out.
Okay. And if we weren't to get that funding, if there was something that got in the way that, like Bill 20?
I suppose we wouldn't proceed, but right now we're proceeding with Housing Accelerator funding because we've signed this agreement.
Okay, okay, perfect. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you very much. And just for clarity, what is the tax levy impact? Obviously not for this year because that's been set, but of all this recommendation, can you just clarify for the record?
There's no tax levy impact.
So it's neutral. Okay, great, thank you. The housing, so when we do capital budget adjustment, we include any new grants that we receive, signed, et cetera. Housing Accelerator is one of them, correct?
Correct. Any new sources of funding is what we contemplate and allocate as part of a spring SOBA or spring SCBA.
I have some questions for EPS folks. On the body-worn camera, I understand it's mandated through the province. I vaguely remember a headline about funds from the province too. Wondering if that's, if you can talk about that.
Thanks, Councillor. So your question was regarding the province's commitment or contribution
Yeah.
to body-worn video. We currently, so the mandate was announced in March of 2023. We received further information from the province as recently as February to the Alberta Association of the Chiefs of Police. As of that date, they had not provided any commitment towards funding, whether that's upfront funding for the implementation of body-worn video or any operating funding. So as of yet, we do not know what the province's contribution or commitment financially would be to the program.
I see. So they're mandating something to the EPS, but they're not funding it. Or
Yeah.
at least there's no indication of that.
Again, we have heard some anecdotal that there would be approval of, but we certainly know from the government of Alberta's current budget, it was not moved or added to the budget for the current fiscal year. So whether or not they move in their future supplementals, they may add that funding. But as of yet, we cannot say with any certainty that there's funding coming from them.
That's actually really helpful because I think I did not, like, I think I misunderstood that, actually. And then also, we did receive a $850,000 grant from the province for the IT enhancement, correct?
That is correct. That was the one-year agreement we had with the 50 new police officers. They provided some funding for body-worn video, but approximately 800,000.
And I guess I'm just wondering, and in the future, will this funding come from, given the mandate? It will just continue to, I mean, this will just become, I guess, permanent through city funding, even though mandated.
Well, at this point in time, we'll continue to work with the province to see what we realize there.
Yeah.
And with no commitment now, we are trying to address within our funding capacity limits and move forward on the legislation.
Okay, appreciate that. And then also the estimated capital cost for the cameras is around $6 million. Can you just remind me if it differs much from what was initially proposed, I think during the 4-year budget? Or
you mean for the 23 to 26 budget?
Yeah.
This item wasn't on there.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's it for your delegation. Thank you very much for those answers. And I guess just wondering you mentioned that there's 95 million of high-risk project. How many projects are at like 9 or 10? Do you have a sense?
The majority of them were at the 8 or 9. That was the highest. The 7, I think the buses were at 7. Everything else, I believe, was 8 or 9.
Okay, and then speaking of the buses, so it's partially funding the request. How many buses does that get us? Can you just remind?
I can help answer.
Go ahead, Carrie.
Yeah, I can help answer that. So I think it'll give us somewhere around 40. And that'll be conventional, kind of 40-foot diesel buses with that amount.
Great, thank you. Last 15 seconds, what is being recommended for funding the other portion of this funding?
Sorry, the other portion of...
Well, because it's only partial, right? So what happens to the rest? I'm out of time anyways.
Come for a second round.
Thank you.
Come for a second round, please. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. So maybe I'll just start with the 95 million worth of unfunded renewal projects with the high-risk scores. So I guess just to be clear, that's a small fraction of the annual renewal deficit, correct?
That's correct.
And can you remind me, what is that annual renewal deficit figure? Is that the 470?
When we did the 4-year, I believe it was $1.6 billion.
$1.6 billion. Annual?
No, so
Yeah.
1.6 billion
Yeah,
in
over the
total,
4.
so about 4, depending on how you cash flow it, but if you
Yeah.
just averaged it, $400 million a year.
Okay. And just as a reminder, so the scores of 7 and above, those are poor or very poor, correct, in our condition assessment?
So when you're saying 7 above, it's more risk, and so it looks at the likelihood of something happening and then the severity of something happening.
Oh, okay.
So it's not you're looking at it from
Gotcha.
a risk perspective,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Okay. Are you able to share, I guess, what percentage of our assets are in that sort of 7 and above risk category?
So I don't, and you, Jody can correct me if I get this wrong. So it's like a two-step process here, right? So first we have condition assessment on assets. We prioritize what we think ultimately needs to be funded and when in renewal. But then people put forward the items that are necessary and urgent, and we apply the risk weighting to those. So it's a two-step process. We don't take every single project that could be a project and apply a risk matrix to it.
Okay, so are those, I guess, separate but interrelated pathways? So we're doing...
I would describe them as layered.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. Okay. And then the ones that are coming forward as, identified high risk, is that more on an ad hoc basis then? Or is there any way to get ahead of that, I guess is what I'm trying to get to. I'm thinking about the conversation we had around the dedicated renewal fund. Like, does that sort of stem the flow of some of the things we're seeing come forward on a more ad hoc basis as higher risk?
I think if we were to have something like the dedicated renewal fund, it would allow us to plan for these ones better and get ahead of them. Right now, we are very reactionary. Like, as funding comes available, we look at the areas of highest risk and we allocate the money to that, which is why we've allocated it all out. If we had a dedicated renewal fund, we could be more proactive and try and stay on top of it a little bit better and allow us to plan it for a longer period of time. So hopefully we wouldn't end up where we had items at 8 or 9 because they would all be dealt with.
Right.
So that gap in funding on all our assessments is what's driving us having this layered process of having to assess these risk levels where we have to do interventions because of that gap in the broader renewal funding, if that makes sense.
That does. And so if we were in the process of phasing in a dedicated renewal fund, when would we actually start to see the results of that? Like, I mean, it seems like we have such a backlog at this point that even if we were to do that, immediately, how does that work?
I guess I can give you a quick analysis of how the neighborhood program took a decade to slowly fully fund because of the huge gap we had, that we are now able to start really getting the curve better and better. So this is long-term, multi-budget cycle with the scale we're at right now. But the longer we delay and the gap grows and the burden grows and the risk factors grow.
Yeah. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Sourdough. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. I wanted to go back to the question that was put about the impact of the tax levy. So I heard that it is neutral. Could we dig into that a little bit more in terms of debt payments, operating costs of capital? We don't anticipate any other adjustments, like follow-through adjustments needed in subsequent years as a result of this new capital spending?
So for this new capital spending, we're not asking for any additional. You'll notice, remember, there was $56.8 million that came off of debt servicing. That was really more just fixing the timing of when we needed to do debt. So we had already put the tax levy in place for that. And so we just now are moving it to capital. It was approved for a capital purpose. We've moved it back into capital to help us deal with some of this renewal backlog. Any of the other projects coming forward, like the Housing Accelerator Fund, it's neutral funding, so there's nothing there. And then what was in the corporate pool and left over from that, and some of the releases and recosting ends up not costing us anything from a tax levy. Will there be operating impacts of capital as these come on stream? Yes, but it'll likely be in the next budget cycle.
Okay, and then it looked like about 66 million of what's recommended in the adjustment is from PAYGO. So again, that was already budgeted to be collected.
Often our PAYGO, because it's sourced with investment earnings, if we have a variance, that positive variance doesn't appear in the tax-supported operating budget. It appears on the capital side, and it makes funding available through pay-as-you-go.
Okay, so that's the case. We've had a positive variance of about 66 million in investments?
Across the cycle, that is, and you would have approved that in the operating budget. That move from So there's a couple of things that give rise to pay-as-you-go, variances in tax-supported debt servicing and variances in investment income. On the operating side, once we know those amounts, you approve the transfer to capital in the capital budget, and here you're seeing the allocation of that.
So we've already approved the transfer. This is just the allocation.
That's correct.
Okay, great. I think, I really appreciate how administration has prioritized the urgent renewal needs as funding has become available. I think it's really excellent, and either, urgent renewal needs or again, some strategic priorities. One that stood out to me that I just have to ask about is the Clark Stadium turf replacement. That is a significant cost, and I don't know that it meets the threshold of a 7, 8, or 9 risk factor. Just wondering if there's some, again, I don't know the state of it, what led to that being recommended?
I'll defer that to the team. Not sure, Nicole or Pascal, who's best to do that, but can one of you give an update on that?
Hi, Craig, that's me. Hi, Councillor Stevenson. So the Clark artificial turf is a renewal due to condition-based. Right now, it is a high maintenance item for the operations, and it does not always meet all of the standards required for the people who are playing on it, from the FIFA stuff to the CFL stuff to any of those other groups. So this is just a regular replacement of the artificial turf that happens with the full substructure and added drainage, so that we do not have a high as maintenance costs as we do in the current state.
Okay, and so risks of not funding this would be an ongoing, like a continuing ongoing operational variance in terms of additional maintenance and potential loss of revenue?
Yes, it would be, as well as not being able to garner the events that use that field that have the strict requirements for the type of field that they need and the conditions that they need.
Okay, and sorry, and the field is used sort of for FIFA or CFL on a regular basis?
Yes, it is.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that. Finally, last question on the 103rd A Avenue Pedway. I noticed that, the majority of the cost escalation is covered by a local improvement levy, but there was $100K contributed through PAYGO. Just wanted to understand that and confirm that, again, any additional cost increases on that project are going to be exclusively funded through the local improvement levy.
Councillor Bruce Ferguson here. The $100,000 is a shift just from one project for some minor scope that would have been done by one of our colleagues in another department. So we're just doing it as a part of this work. But the pedway itself is still being funded by the local improvement.
Great, and that's the plan, again, for any future cost escalations that may happen?
That's correct. The city's contribution is capped at $26.5 million.
Great, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jans.
Thank you for this. I wanted to get into so overall, it's a good report, a lot of good work here, and I want to express my gratitude there. I wanted to get into the nature of just debt a little bit. Who holds the City of Edmonton's debt?
We do all of our borrowing by debenture through Treasury Board and Finance with the Government of Alberta.
And then who holds the Government of Alberta's debt?
I don't know the answer to that. Like, they go to the market with their debt on a regular basis, so it would be varied.
So what is when we borrow, do we borrow at an interest rate?
Yes, so each time that we submit borrowing, we submit what we would like to borrow. The Government of Alberta consolidates all the borrowings from across the province, and then we're given a rate on that borrowing. It's a fixed rate for the term of the loan.
And do we pay the same interest rate that the Government of Alberta pays for a borrowing project that they do?
No, there is. So they are, when they determine our rates when the shift out of Alberta Capital Finance Authority to Treasury Board and Finance, they are taking, they are lending to us at what they believe we'd be able to borrow at in the market based on our credit rating.
So, paraphrasing,
they may be taking a spread on the borrowing. Like they're borrowing and then they're lending to us at the rate, they're lending to municipalities at the rate that municipalities would typically earn.
So on $1 billion, I mean, that could be millions and millions and millions of dollars of interest.
Yeah, on $1 billion, yeah.
Wow. because but it hasn't always been this way. I seem to recall like when municipal governments or school boards or whoever were borrowing, it used to be at the GOA rate. We all used to be at the same rate. Why are they now kind of playing bookkeeper on us?
This is a change that has happened
Do you
since
remember
they eliminated Alberta Capital Finance Authority and brought it in-house into Treasury Board and Finance.
Do you remember what year that was? Is that?
It was probably about 5 years ago. I'd have to double check. Might be a little bit longer.
So in theory, we're paying, when you hear Bank of Canada goes up and down on certain points, does that affect our borrowing?
It affects our future borrowing, right? Because ultimately all borrowings are tied to what is the Bank of Canada rate. So once we make a borrowing though, like once we've borrowed, we're locked into that rate for the duration of the loan. There's no fluctuation, but future borrowings will be impacted by rate reductions or rate increases.
So paraphrasing, make sure I got this. If Edmonton borrows $1, we go to the GOA and they say, you're gonna have to pay 5% interest on that. But if the GOA is borrowing $1, they may be borrowing at say 4% interest on that. Is that correct?
In theory, but like that is like a really large spread that I don't think actually is, like we'd need to do some work around what that, I don't think it's a full percentage point. They do publish for us indicative rates on a monthly basis that lets us look at what is the rate that we can anticipate paying. And we can see that compared to what other rates in the market might be.
Okay, is it, I guess I could request a memo, but is this listed somewhere else, or what's the best way to understand this better? Because what I'm worried about is that obviously municipalities around Alberta are paying more and paying more interest, and we have no choice. We have to borrow to replace our streets and sidewalks, yet this is somehow supplementing general revenue of the province of Alberta. It seems another way Edmontonians are being kind of like, or all municipalities are in a way paying more.
I mean, we can get you a memo. We're doing some work internally to assess whether continuing to borrow with Treasury Board and Finance is the right decision for us. There's lots of things that go into factoring that in. We could issue our own debt and issue our own debentures. We may or may not be able to secure a better rate than we can secure with the government of Alberta. And we'd also have additional costs of operating a debenture program. So we look at many different things. I maybe just want to, like the rates, like we're still able to secure very good borrowing rates in the current program with Treasury Board and Finance.
Interesting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
I think that'll be good information. One thing is, if they're charging a little bit more to pay for the cost of running the organization, or are they making money on the borrowing, right? So I think that'll be good information to have. I'm pretty sure it's going to impact, if they're making money, every municipality will be impacted by that. That's something that information is gathered. Maybe Alberta Munis could be a good vehicle to dig deeper into that. I want to follow up on Councillor Rutherford's questions. My understanding is that the way we can't give you, or we don't know what the cost is going to be, is driven by policy. For example, we have net building more climate resilient buildings, that's policy driven. There's a cost percentage for the art, that's a policy driven. But we also have a policy that you engage with communities to determine what they want to build, what they want to see in a rec center. So community, that expectation drives a cost too. Am I right in understanding?
Yes, all of those will be incremental costs towards it. So we do engage and seek feedback from citizens on those priorities.
Because I remember when we were designing the Meadows Rec Center, there was a lot of engagement in the community, and the community's expectations were to add 2 sheets of ice, add a library, add a community room, add a bigger swimming pool, add a bigger track for walking, add a bigger track for gymnasium. All those things drove cost.
They do, but our process in terms of what we end up designing, one input is public engagement. We're also guided by service levels that we think we need for those services.
Right.
So that doesn't drive the whole outcome. We set expectation with the public during our engagement within those reasonable service levels as well, I would say.
But we don't tell you, say, here's $50 million, that's your budget, you gotta build whatever community, you gotta set community's expectation, this is the budget. We don't do that. We go through the process, then you come to us, this is how much it's gonna cost based on your policy, based on expectations.
We've done a bit of both. Our general process is, as you say, I'll give the example of Lewis Farms, where when we looked at what it would take to provide the full service, at the start of our budget cycle, council guided us to build that to budget, and we've been modifying and adapting it. So we do both, depending on the conditions and the scenario.
I think it's about, I agree with Councillor Rutherford, we need to have that information. Maybe we need to revisit some of those expectations and policies to manage our capital costs moving forward, right? So I think that'll be good information to have. I want to ask you on the recognizing our renewal needs. What is that here? On the Catherine Andrews garage solar installation, is that growth or is that renewal?
That's growth.
Okay.
It's an add to
So how would you compare, how do you make a decision, okay, we have $5 million, should we put that money into solar panels, or should put that money buying buses, additional buses, that we have a gap on funding, right? How would that be on the top, or to be recommended for funding, not buying additional, maybe 5 million, will buy maybe 6 or 7 buses?
Right, so I'll begin on, so the solar program is part of our climate resilience budget that council set our budget to look at within our buildings and facilities. How do we achieve those elements within the budget that was set? So this is one example of where we're progressing that dimension. So that's a specific program.
So it's money within that profile?
Correct.
And you don't have the ability to move money within profiles to say this will get you better results on renewal, but also better results on maybe reducing community emissions by having more bus service?
So we have some ability to move between profiles, but not significant amounts without coming back to council for approval. I would also say we took a significant amount of criticism in the 4-year budget cycle about not funding enough in the environment.
I understand. Again, it's policy-driven, it's profile-driven. So it's not criticism, I'm just trying to understand the...
And council set those boundaries for those different categories.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, and I take that, and I take that responsibility that we set those expectations, then you have to meet those expectations from council. Okay, I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for the presentation and for the excellent answers. Good questions this morning. I want to follow up on what the mayor was talking about. So I am curious, if it were like for like, us compared to a nearby municipality, all things being equal, would the building cost be different?
It could be, and what's really specific to what drives that answer is what do we mean by like for like?
Well,
compared to our policies, their
all
policies,
the same policies, same cost of land. Would we be buying material for more? Would we be paying labor for more if we had the same policies?
I understand your question. If everything else was equal, the market and the market conditions and the activity are what drive your costs. So I would say that doesn't matter if we're building something in Edmonton or in a municipality adjacent to Edmonton or in the region.
Right.
Those costs are driven by bigger things than a policy. The elements of what you incorporate into a project come down to the differences in those policy elements.
Right. And
but the pure cost is the pure cost for the current market conditions today, would be my answer.
Yeah, so some policies that we have include a living wage. We've got, as the mayor mentioned, environmental.
Accessibility
which over
policy.
time pays us back, sure.
Right.
But there's an initial increase in cost.
Sure.
But we get over time, increases in savings. And then there's things like social procurement, which means that it may cost a little more, but it means that more money remains in our local economy.
All of those elements layer into those outcomes.
Right, so
Correct.
there are a lot of factors. Okay.
There are a lot of factors, yes.
So I'm not sure if council needs a breakdown of that in the form of a memo or report, but it's good to just put that out on the table because, I don't know, maybe media here is like, oh, it costs more to build in Edmonton than in Spruce Grove, and that's the headline, when really that's a footnote.
Yep, I understand. I've heard from a few different councillors this theme, so we've got that in order. We'll take that away and look at what we can.
Yeah,
bring
it'd be good
back
just
on
to
some
have
of
that
the
understanding so that, clarity is kindness.
Understood.
So the next question I have then is, Councillor Carmen was asking about PDDM. Here's something that's interesting. We might have something ready, but it sits on the table because council isn't ready to pull the trigger on that, and it could be the last council or the council before the can gets kicked. Just like with our renewal, just like everything else, no one wants to pay for it, so the can gets kicked forward and forward and forward until someone actually has to say, okay, fine, we'll pay for it. Isn't that what happened with Lewis Farms that this council voted for?
There was always, I think, intention to proceed, but there were delays in the timing, and there were scope adjustments as we were looking at it, so it evolved over time that way.
Oh, sure. It's just that
and then had to make the decision to proceed or not, to your point. Right?
Yeah, and Karen Principe and I and our board have almost a decade now of people asking for this twinning of a road. We've reached the checkpoint, but council and administration both are not interested, or we're not in the last for budget, in proceeding with that. And so when we finally do, the cost is going to be more than what we saw 2 years ago, isn't it?
In our current conditions right now, we're seeing cost increases.
Unless something radically happened that made everything cost less in this world. Yeah, so I think it's just important to put all that on the table, that there are things that this council had to pay for, that the can got kicked forward. This was the stopping point. Or we could, actually, you know what, we could kick it forward further, but incur even more costs onto Edmontonians in the future, right?
That's correct. Generally, prices don't go down. As time goes on, things get more expensive, if that's what you're getting at. And we're seeing an inflationary window right now with market conditions.
I think the economy is getting at it rather than me. But the next point or question, I guess, is that is there always room for improvement?
There always is, and that is one of the foundational principles of our department, is never content and always looking to innovate and always looking for the next step in improvement, I would say. And I would say that's probably more broadly the city, not just one department within.
Right, but where we look for that improvement, it probably has to be a conversation between us, because you'll probably know a little bit more than we do on this side of things within the organization where those improvements are required.
Agree completely.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Can you move the second round, please?
Are we still doing the second round?
Of course, we only done first round.
I'm just joking. I'm happy to move it.
Second. Councillor Neck, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Before we go into second round, would someone like to move the recommendation?
So moved.
Okay, need a seconder.
Second.
Okay, all right, and there'll possibly be amendments. If some, I may have one. We'll think about that. If others have as well. Okay, we now go to second round. Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I'm going to pick up just a little bit more on the PDDM stuff. What we've talked about, Mr. Walbam, is effectively modeling a design, then build, then construct model, and the gates kind of follow that. We don't do that very much anymore. We have different versions of P3s, design builds, IPD, different partnering and risk mitigation models, correct?
We do. The approach we take to step through all of those processes by project type scale, we look at all of those dimensions.
So there's been instances where we've gone to right from checkpoint 1 to checkpoint 4, it seems, or some intermediate checkpoint, and it hasn't really matched up with this model when we get into a P3 type of a project.
Yeah, how we progress through those phases and stages and the way that we define it internally administratively is happening the same. But you're right, in terms of how we would approach those can vary in the different types that we do.
So there's two reasons I wanted to go through that, Mr. Wobben. The first is that it's a pretty pedantic and detailed and arguably bureaucratic process that is employed by city administration to get as much certainty as possible before we go through each gate, or before you go through each gate. Is that?
I would say we've evolved our process to be thorough and consistent in how we approach things for all of our asset categories as a department, and then we have those transparency elements and points where we provide that information to the public and to yourselves.
See, here's the challenge I have, though. So I'm going to go through a few of the recommended profiles. Kenora Supportive Housing, $27.7 million, 63 units. That's roughly $440,000 a unit. So when I check with a couple of the local builders, they tell me that wood frame is roughly $225,000 a unit, concrete is $280,000 a unit. I have no idea what we're building. I don't know what the form of the building is. I don't know how high it is. I don't know anything. Garneau, same thing, $463,000 a unit. Fire Station 7, $11.5 million to renovate. But I had the opportunity to do a tour of the airport yesterday. They just built a fire hall for $6.3 million, not including land cost. The Nisku Fire Hall is 4 double-depth bays, living space for 5 plus 2 EMS workers. I have no idea what the Fire Station 7 is. It says design and construction. But I know that you have gone through this journey, through all of these gates, and I have nothing to compare it to. So I really, really struggle to vote in favor of this recommendation when I have nothing to compare it to. Like just a construction number, we've done all this work. In some cases, it's taken years. We've gone through all of this process. We've done all of our due diligence. But there's nothing here for us to, for me, speak only for myself, there's nothing for me here to say, okay, if I check with industry, this makes sense. If I check with other municipalities, this makes sense. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, if I do have a subsequent motion on process, but I'm wondering about a subsequent motion that says bring back a pedantically detailed, line-by-line breakdown of the cost of our fire hall renovation versus a fire hall, as an example.
Yeah, I understand. I'm trying to figure out how to appropriately kind of give you an answer back in this, and I would say there's a boundary between administratively and what our delegated authority is for those details of the work we do. Transparency to council, I completely concur with, and what we've tried to build is a system that brings those transparent elements in to show the diligence and getting set by policy and by boundaries we're supposed to be following within by council. So we're always happy to look at how can we provide more information to you at the right level and the right amount that feeds from what you've guided us from the policies you've set and the budget you've set. So I don't know if I'm answering fully, but it's kind of how much information should we be sharing on each project to give council comfort in the decisions we're making, and happy to work through how we would do that together. But I think there's a balance between the two.
Yeah, I'm out of time. I'll come back.
Thank you, Councillor Cardamel. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. Maybe I'll just continue with my last question I left off around the ETS. So what's put forward here funds partially what is, our total, what is needed. Do we have a plan for funding the rest, or are we banking on things like the permanent transit funds, that kind of stuff?
Carrie, did you want to jump in on that?
Well, I can speak to the Permanent Public Transit Fund. That fund, goes through regional prioritization, and then there's a stream for renewal, but it's not going to take effect until the 25-26 year.
Exactly.
So I just don't feel comfortable yet confirming how much we will get from that stream. And I'm not sure, Jody, if you want to speak to any other levers that you might have.
For the rest of it, when funding, we would be approaching it the same as we did this go round. As money becomes available, we would look to see where it fit within the priority and within the risk matrix.
So incrementally, yeah.
Yes.
Great, thank you. And then just back to that table with all the various projects. I've heard sort of the risk assessment was one factor for recommendation. Some of it is in like emerging needs, like we're funding school. Let's get that ready. Makes sense. I'm wondering if there's any other kind of selection factors for why some of these projects.
Those were the predominant, for sure.
Thank you. Just want to come back to the body worn camera item. Just so I can understand, province put forward this mandate affects all police service across the province. Some are, serviced by RCMP. So they have the standard, but no expectation for, so just like each municipality, you manage it on your own, figure that out. How do you implement that, right? Is that right?
So there's still a dialogue going on with the province.
Okay.
It's not as though they have said, we are not coming to the table with money. We are waiting to determine, to sort of paraphrase what Norman Mendoza said, what element of it they're going to cover. Are they going to cover part of the ongoing capital? Are they going to cover part of the ongoing operating?
Mm-hmm.
And we're waiting to hear from the province what element of it they'll support.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a year and a half, and you have done your own pilot project. I assume that was within your existing resources, correct?
Correct.
And I'm not sure kind of what's the line between when the pilot ended and then when the rollout is happening. I'm assuming with pilot, things that must have gone well for this to come forward now, that there's good results. I'm assuming there's a good conversation at the commission about that result. I'm assuming there was a report back.
Yeah, I mean, anytime we want to move capital budget from within a profile before it comes to council, it goes to the commission. So we spoke to the commission about this.
Mm-hmm.
And, this isn't new money. This is money that comes out of our IT capital profile. And what we're doing is readying ourselves to be responsive to this policy direction from the province.
Okay, I just feel like there's something here that needs a bit of a follow-on from our end at least, because it raises a lot more question for me. I'm fine with the program. I think, if we need to do it, if there's a policy direction, absolutely. But I'm just quite concerned about kind of yet another thing that's being mandated through the province without any resource to back it up. And that doesn't just affect us, but everyone. And then I guess just on that, as an example, the sources is the grant and pay as you go. But in theory, LGFF could be a funding source for that, correct?
We always look to see how we can maximize all of the different funding sources, and we apply them to the areas where we think they're going to fit best. And so we just look at it to see where we can maximize the different types of funding we get.
Okay, but in theory, that's a valid funding source.
In theory, I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I think that's it. I'm ready to speak to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Yeah, I'm just on the body cams and on those pieces. I know there's a risk matrix and a score. Maybe does city administration also review that risk matrix?
Yes, we went through and we compared what was submitted through EPS as well as what came through our own departments, and we made sure that there was a level of consistency.
Okay, and I take it that the service is here to answer questions about the report, but the commission isn't? Or are they online?
I'm here, Councillor, on behalf of the commission today.
Oh, is that Mr. Barker?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm just wondering what is sort of the review process for the commission on the capital asks?
So all capital asks that are going to eventually transit to you at your various different meetings, go through the commission for review and debate first. Last year, you set your budget in 2022 for the 2023 to 2026 process. You assigned 25% capital renewal across the board. We then worked with the service administration to go through your risk process that you had laid out for the service last year. That cycled through the commission a number of times to get to the risk scores that you see before you in packages, and they'll be coming forward with the administrative packages as they want to bring them forward to you. So all of these items that are before you today have gone through the commission.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I do think I think I'm hearing from my colleague an interesting point about if we're being provided a legislated requirement to do so with an assurance of funding coming, but no funding coming yet. Why would we go and make a purchase before we're provided the funds? So that's an interesting angle. I had another question, just overall again to administration. I think this is just an adjustment, but do we have a sense of the jobs numbers that these investments are creating? Because I think one of the pieces that didn't come through is, and maybe we had it in the capital budget, but like these investments in renewal and roadways and everything are in LRT and everything are employing tens of thousands of Edmontonians. Like I think there's a bit of a story here about not just how we're building our city for growth, but all of the jobs being created through this stream. Do we have a sense of how we calculate that?
There is a calculation that we do as part of the 4-year budget. I just don't recall all the details off the top of my head.
Like even building the supportive housing center or something, I mean, that's hundreds of new jobs being created.
Yeah, I think we have it in the form of types of assets like what's a building, what's the economic benefit in job creation from building, from roads, projects, that type of thing. But I'd have to dig a little bit more into it.
Like I'm thinking if we're adding $170 million into HAF funding, that's going to catalyze millions and millions of new dollars in housing. There's a really exciting story here about helping people get back to work in Alberta and in Edmonton that I'm wondering how we tell. Is that something that could be contemplated for a future report? Like especially $170 million in housing accelerated funding. I mean, that could be over 100,000 jobs.
I mean, we can look at bringing that forward in the future. We haven't done that as part of this report.
Yeah. Okay. Appreciate that. And happy to discuss the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Paquette. Councillor Paquette.
All right. I didn't know if Councillor Stevens had around. Now I recall she did. Thank you very much. So I wanted to maybe explore a little bit about where we go when, okay, I'll backtrack it. The mayor was talking about, a set amount and then you build within that amount and then that's what you give to the community. And I want to pair that with the good point raised by Councillor Cartmel about different fire stations. Community engagement, is that the factor?
Community engagement isn't the factor that is driving up our costs substantially compared to all the other dimensions we've talked about.
So when a community says we want it to look like this, we want it to be able to do that, things like that, that doesn't have an impact on the ultimate end result of what we're going to build?
It has an influence within the realm that we've already set based on the boundary we've decided for the scope of our work based on the policies and the other things we've talked about. That's where we start the conversation on engagement with community.
Okay, now that's an interesting question because that means, okay, so what parameters are you setting and why? If community engagement is going to have an impact on the cost, then that actually does open up the question, well then why is the airport cheaper than we are if you could set a cost that is similar and then just deliver within that cost?
If council wanted to change the flavor in the way we approached every project by setting a budget and asking us to come back with what we can deliver within that budget, we've done that on a case-by-case basis, but we could take that approach too.
That doesn't scan. You just told me that you guys set the price, then you bring it to us.
So the way our program
I'm
is
trying to
set
help
is-
you out here, but
No, it's okay. You're asking a question, and I'm trying to honestly answer for all that are listening here, the answers to that. So our budget was set on programs, project priorities within it, how we scope a project, and how we step through the elements of design that tells us how much it's going to cost over time are all part of our process, all guided by the policies and the boundaries that council has set for us. So I know I'm coming back full circle. So that's all part of that process. In some cases, we've had projects where we've been asked to adjust the program and the service that we would have done to hold to a budget, like Lewis Farms, and we've done
when we
that.
got rid of the Olympic-sized diving pool.
Where we've been asked to make those decisions, where we've changed that service expectation that council set for us as the start of the mandate of that scope along the way.
Okay.
So if that.
So let me get this straight then. So you're going to, you know that we have a need of like X amount of firehouse. Council says, yeah, go ahead, bring us back that scoping. You bring it back. Council takes a look at it and says, okay, move forward. You move forward, you bring it back, and you're like, okay, now it's actually going to be this much now that we've verified it. Council can then say, okay, this is how we want you to scale it back. And you'll go ahead and you'll do that. But if council doesn't say that, and council says, okay, proceed, then you just proceed.
Yes, that's a fair statement in our
Okay.
process today.
So if we're worried that a fire station is $11 million here and $6 million somewhere else, we can always say, cut $5 million out of that, and you can. We'll get what we get. But there's a complex situation there because we have a bunch of policies that you have to follow. And so the only place to cut, if you're not cutting from the policies, unless council says, disregard all the policies that we spent years developing, then what you get is a building that still functions, but it is not even in the same scope or range as the one we're comparing it to. We just get the same cost.
Or the number of buildings that proceed or don't.
Right. So that makes it much more clear to me now. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pickett. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to circle back on some of the previous conversations. I recall a report earlier this year, and sorry, I can't pinpoint it further, but it was I believe the Stantec report with the U of A that was sort of validating the PDDM model.
The major capital projects work that we brought back earlier?
Yes.
That looked at 13 different projects of different types and scales. Yes.
And did that work consider, some of the questions that are being asked around cost management, value for construction, or is it a more process-based review?
It was looking at our approaches more broadly that we take to different scales and types of projects and how those compare to industry and others, basically is what that did.
Okay, but not necessarily a cost assessment.
No, and I can let others jump in if I'm missing that, but I don't think the driver was the approach that we took within the boundaries of the scoping of our projects.
Okay, and I mean, is that, again, we do have our audit function, we do have, again, these sort of independent reports. Has that sort of value for money assessment ever been done on capital projects?
Not to my knowledge as a portfolio as a whole.
Okay, no, that's helpful then. And then do we use cost consultants on a regular basis for our projects?
On the right scale of projects, we will do market sounding elements that includes those very things, certainly on our larger scale projects. On others where we know, like the neighborhood program that we do so much and we built up with industry, we're pretty comfortable. So
okay,
if that answers the question.
Okay, no, that's helpful. I believe we have a report coming back to council around, structural budget shortfalls. Is that operational only, or are we looking at capital policies as well?
That is focused on operating.
Okay, so I think we've heard a number of questions, a number of themes. What are sort of the next steps? Is there work underway that will help address some of these, or is there additional work that needs to be directed?
So, and I'll maybe look to Mr. Robar to confirm my line of thinking here. I think if you want us to look at removing policies that we have in place, you have to direct that. You have to tell us that you want us to look at what policies can we remove that would reduce costs. We don't, as administration, generally recommend working against the policies that you ask us to work inside of.
Yeah, and I think, you know, as a first step, even compiling all of those policies, recognizing that many of them were put in place far before any of us, or many of us were on council. And then, I guess maybe going back, are policies the only thing driving cost differences? Or, you know, cost, I should say.
No, I think there's a number of things that drive those cost things. I think we can look at some of those other things. I think the initial question was, what do we need direction on? And for sure, I think we would require direction in order for us to come back with policy change recommendations.
Okay. Okay, great. I think I'll leave it there for now, but appreciate the overview. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Marcel. Here, I would like to go back some attachments and the report. So for attachment 1, and specifically, and then it's under category, the tax supported operations. So I want to confirm and make sure my understanding is correct. The 262 point there, the stated very clear, and for this budget adjustment, and is under tax supported operational category. That's attachment 1.
Yes, that's correct.
So that is actually is a $263 million. So that is a net impact for this budget adjustment, right? That is what total amount, what the total amount we have to adjust.
Yes, that's what we're adjusting, yeah.
Okay, so if it's under tax supported, I would like to repeat this question like one more time, but I heard no tax levy impact. But if you look at the breakdown, so they actually increase and starting 2025-26 for this budget cycle. So is there anything I'm missing there? And if we have increased tax support debt for 2025-26, why there is no tax levy impact? But no impact for 2024, that is obvious, but it will impact 2025-26, right?
Yeah, so I would separate these, I'll maybe just break it down into categories. So we split the capital budget into tax-supported operations, so any assets that are supported with tax-supported operations versus waste and utility operations. Then we've made these recommendations, but the recommendations that we are making do not require additional funding. We are using already approved, we are using funding that already exists. We're not requesting additional funding be approved as part of the budget.
So we were not request additional funding. Then where will you get this $263 million?
So you get a portion of that funding is coming from the federal government for the housing accelerator. Then we're using our own corporate funding pool, which had funding that was approved within the operating budget, but for which there had been no allocation. And those are the types of things that I was talking about earlier, where we have variances in tax-supported debt servicing and variances in investment earnings can generate pay-as-you-go that we can then allocate. The allocation of that funding that already exists doesn't require an adjustment to the tax levy.
So even for 2025-26, no at all?
So that's correct. It doesn't require an adjustment to the tax levy for the construction of the projects. projects that require ongoing funding, like when we open a rec center, the operating impacts of capital, those come in later years.
I want to focus on my question here. I do understand the cooperating funding pool, $112 million already balanced by allocated to the different project profiles. And then, so my question is this $263 million, yes, is allocated to those budgets, including this budget cycle, but I heard there is no tax levy impact and to those funding, $263 million needed. So my question is, where do we get this funding? I heard you, we get federal government funding $171.5 million, that is for housing, but there were other funding and we already have the balance. So to me, and from accounting perspective, this does not make sense to me. This is why I'm confused, because I want make sure at this point is very clear to the public with this $263 million increase for the capital budget will not impact the tax rate for 2024, 2025, 2026 for this budget cycle. Can I get that confirmation, verification?
So I think I already answered the question. It doesn't require net new tax levy funding. And then if we're still not hitting the mark here, we can try again in your next round.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be quick, just a few follow-up questions. Just going on the renewal again, and sort of to my first question about that I asked around, funded versus unfunded. I think one of the things I also struggle with, and so, in improving this, especially the renewal adjustment for all of the high-risk renewal, I know we have a lot of composite profiles that have funding in them. And that's where I think a lot of it gets lost. And I think about even before a project is parsed out for neighborhood renewal, there's a renewal composite. Am I correct? My understanding?
That's correct.
And so I think, to Councillor Paquette's point, I don't think that everything comes back with a checkpoint. So I'll think about Dunluce neighborhood renewal, I think about 132 Ave neighborhood renewal. When that final budget was set, there was no report to council. It went to checkpoint 3, and because there was a composite that was created, the only thing that came back to council was the borrowing the bylaw for transferring and creating a standalone composite profile. Correct?
Sorry, through the quarterly capital updates, we would have identified when it reached checkpoint 3 as part, and I believe.
But it doesn't come back at checkpoint 4, because at
No.
checkpoint 3, do you have the full budget?
That's
in
when we're
place?
setting the full budget to finish the delivery of that project, yes.
And that comes back in,
That's what comes back to council
yeah.
as part of our processes of our capital budget approvals.
And I think to Councillor Cartmel's point, though, I think in the composite profiles, like when I think back to the 4-year budget debate, the composite profiles didn't say, they said the total amount for, let's say, 132 Ave renewal, but it didn't break it down into what any kind of cost thing. And now it's challenging because we're saying, okay, we have a renewal deficit of about 400 million per year. But then I have residents that are seeing what they consider, and I'm getting pushback in Dunluce, I'm getting pushback along 132 Ave, what they consider overbuilding. And I know that we've talked a lot about it's not that much more to enhance it, and I think it just needs a conversation. So I guess my question is, I'm trying to find the appropriate path. Is it a report that comes to council, or is it an inquiry? Is it, because I think there needs to be a conversation on what policies are driving what costs, because as we're looking at asset rationalization, as we're looking at considering any kind of tax levy on renewal, we need to be able to articulate that we have done everything and anything to reduce costs on any capital project. And I don't think we could say that right now. So what's the path forward? Is it a subsequent that's a report back, or is it an inquiry? Just needing to get some direction there so that we can have that conversation.
Yeah, I think we have a few things that we're already working on. I think there was, specific to the one project, we have a memo that we're preparing back
Yeah.
that'll come to all of council that starts to describe that specifically asked. So, and we have some other, I'd have to look at the exact wording of the motions coming back in the fall that speak to some dimensions of this that we've been asked to look at from the program perspective. And I'm thinking off the top of my head here, Councillor, if we can draft some wording for you, if you'd like, on kind of that look specifically at our codes, policies that are driving those,
Yeah.
and get that to you for consideration for sure.
Because I think what's happened is over time, you know, it's like death by 1,000 cuts, right? Like it's one policy change here, it's one policy change here, it's one policy change here. But have we looked at the cumulative impact of those on our cost drivers?
Yeah, fair comment and question. And
Okay.
We're working on some, but we could certainly
So
bring that in this form
you can
too.
work with me on wording for subsequent?
Absolutely,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you. And I'm happy to move another round, Mr. Mayor, if you don't have any other.
Yes, please. Oh, I haven't had a second round yet, so.
That's why I said if you hadn't had a second.
I
So-
haven't had a second round yet. So Councillor Stevenson, can you
I
take
have the
this?
chair.
Yeah. Want to focus on the Housing Accelerator Fund. I don't know if Crystal Kajaner is online. My understanding of that is that with the support of the federal government, that our target is to build 35,433 housing units from 2023 to 2026, right?
If Crystal's not online, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's.
Oh, there you go, Kim, yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, no, I believe Crystal's here to speak to that, but yes, that's the target, which is approximately 5,100 more than what we would typically do.
At a time when Edmontonians are worried about housing affordability, both non-market and market affordability, this is a significant investment in maintaining that affordability in the city, right?
It is, yes, and the objective is to build more housing faster, which includes market and non-market commitments through our agreement through the Housing Accelerator Fund.
So within that, I understand close to 1,900 will be affordable housing units on top of the 3,500 that we have committed to building through other funding that has been allocated, right?
I'm gonna look to the housing team just to confirm if it's on top of, but certainly 1,900 is the commitment through the Housing Accelerator Fund.
Well, if you could get back to me on that, right? Because my understanding is that this would be on top of 3,500, right? So,
we can confirm that.
Sorry, Ms. Petrin. I'm back now. My computer microphone was not working for some reason, but I can answer the question if you wanted to re-ask it, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, what I wanted to understand that under Housing Accelerator Fund, out of the 35,433 units that we will build, and 5,236 will be new additional units because of the funding from the federal government. And within that, I understand close to 1,900 and more, 1,935 units will be affordable housing unit. Is that thought on top of what we committed to building under our 4-year budget?
Yes. Okay. So the target that we have overall for all housing supply is 5,200 units over baseline, and within that 5,200 units, there's several sub targets below that, and so there is one specific to affordable housing, and that's 900 units. Okay. And so what we're working on internally right now is determining how those 900 units will be achieved and how that impacts our overall city target for affordable housing through an update of our affordable housing investment plan, which we'd referenced before but are planning to bring back to council this fall.
Got it. Okay, got it. So is it fair to say that along with changes we have made to zoning bylaw renewal, focus on priority growth areas, transit-oriented development, reducing red tape and other making lands available, is it fair to say that with the addition of the half money, that we are working toward retaining market affordability for housing in Edmonton?
Yes, absolutely. The Housing Accelerator Fund provides the city with an opportunity to build on like the significant foundation of success we've had in maintaining housing affordability over the previous decade by undertaking new initiatives that are designed to be transformative and to help maintain affordability going forward, both on the market side, but also from the perspective of increasing the supply of non-market housing too.
Yeah, and the Housing Accelerator Fund is not a matching money, right? This is entirely coming from the federal government, so we are leveraging that money entirely from them.
That is correct, and it is based on performance. So we do need to meet our targets to receive full amount.
Got it. I think that's pretty. I'm very impressed, and I want to thank your administration for doing that, because this is just it's top of mind for Edmontonians. They're concerned about housing affordability, and we're trying to deliver that through these investments. So, thank you. I will move the second additional round.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote. Well, I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried.
Okay, I will take the chair back. And Councillor Cardwell, you're next, right? Go ahead, please.
Great, thank you. So, building then a little bit on Councillor Rutherford's inquiries, maybe asking it in a different way. Would it be possible for you to provide a report that breaks down the costs of similar infrastructure? So, the example of a fire hall built in 1 or 2 or 3 of the satellite municipalities and one here, and go through a comparative cost analysis, element by element, using the typical 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 series of building a cost estimate, and outline what policy is driving an increase in those costs in those different line items.
We could absolutely attempt to do that, depending on willingness of those other municipalities to share and provide information.
Right, fair enough. So that's a wild card, and then that might through by way of example, and I'm thinking if the subsequent I have sort of mentions this, but we can tweak them. A linear project, perhaps a fire hall project, perhaps a comparative rec center project. So if there's a rec center project in Spruce Grove that's got a similar scope and timeline to one that we're contemplating, we could compare the two, provided they gave us information.
Yes, we could take that away and try and do. I think the approach you're suggesting is reasonable. We'd have to be careful how many and
yes,
the level of work it would take for the outcome we'd get, but that's reasonable.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Waldman, I to interrupt. I don't think we need to exhaust this with a gazillion examples, but if we did 2 or 3 or 4, that might indicate which policies are beginning to drive cost, and then we can make those trade-off decisions. For instance, if net zero is inflating the cost of a building, overbuilding by some percentage, we might decide that that's the right thing to do, but right now we don't know. Fair?
That's fair.
Okay, so that might inform your subsequent, Councillor Rutherford, and happy to chat with that since a break is coming up. I want to go back to this property tax thing for just a bit, Ms. Padbury. The corporate pool all relates one way or to the other to property taxes. If we weren't getting MSI or the local government fiscal framework and we wanted to spend the same amount of money, that would come from property tax, more or less.
Yeah, I mean,
like money's money. If we don't get it from here, we got to get it from there, and there's only one place we get it.
Or you don't fund something. So I think that's my issue. We have multiple funding sources, one of which is tax levy transfers from operating to capital. That is not what we're recommending as part of this adjustment.
No, what you have in your report, if I may paraphrase, is a series of accounting entries that say, for instance, this project costs less, we don't need to borrow as much money, we're reducing the borrowing amount. that provides some room to go borrow money on some other thing. But on the balance, taxes are not changing by virtue of what's happening today.
That's correct.
But taxes did pay for a lot of what we're talking about today in the original approvals.
That's correct. Anywhere where we use pay-as-you-go transferred from the operating budget, anywhere we use tax-supported debt.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardwell. Councillor Rice?
Oh, sorry, I'm taking my name down because Councillor Cadmill already asked my questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Thank you. So just following up on that, so, okay, so the more I think about this sort of comparison type of motion, which I think is probably good, the more complex it gets because Councillor Carmel rightly raised, net zero building. So we have net zero building, but in that report, would you also include, okay, and here's the savings over time, the energy savings? Because building is one thing, but the actual reality and lifespan of a building is another thing.
You raise a good point, and those are relevant. The amount of work and time it would take to do that exercise is all incorporated in with that, right?
Well, and therein lies the crux of the problem. Like, you can get a snapshot of one thing, but it's not actually telling you the story. It's telling you a little bit of the story, and then you can base future decisions based on not having the actual information that you might require.
I would say what we absolutely can take away is at least identifying those other factors. If we feel it's getting a little bit too detailed of work to try and analyze everything out in that.
But it will get detailed, because then the next thing would be social procurement. Okay, so what is the cost of social procurement, and what is the benefit? But then what is the tertiary benefit to Edmontonians? Maybe it's not on the budget, but it's to Edmontonians. So,
yeah, I think we'd have to reasonably cap what we try and do and don't do, because then it does get very complicated and detailed.
and I guess my question is, when we talk about what's reasonable for what? For council to consume this information, make a decision. Is it reasonable to make a decision without having the full picture of what that decision represents?
And I would say we have to be guided by that boundary council would like us to explore as part of this.
All right, well, essentially, if the smaller the scope, the more we're saying we would like to have less and less vision of what this means. So essentially, we're saying we're willing to be blind to all of this. We just want to see this.
I think you raise a valid point. I think when we build capital, you have a vision for the city. You ingrain some of that vision for the city that you have through various policies. Within the confines of those policies, we run our processes, which includes things like procurement, to try and secure the best price. It's a weave of many different things. If you only ask us to look at what is it to build a rec center here versus what is it to build a rec center in a surrounding municipality, we can get you that analysis, but you miss the wider benefit of what you were doing and why you were doing it. And so to add all those complexities in would be a pretty involved process. But we can do the work. And then I think what you just have to understand is, if it turns out that it's cheaper because it's different, do you want to make your decision on the basis of just that piece of information?
Right, and so I'm wondering if a motion that actually gets us where we want to be, I don't know what any potential motion would look like, but
you can ask those questions.
We really need to ask the right question here, is what I'm saying. And I didn't prepare something to take a crack at that, but maybe we can amend whatever comes on the floor. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we will take a break here. Oh, we have about 4 minutes. Councillor Principal, you want to start? Sure. Okay. We'll take a break here, then we'll be back at 1:30 and continue with this item. Until then, we are on recess. order. I will do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Precat.
Hello.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Hamilton will be away. She is hosting a delegation from the U.S. delegation that came to see us in the morning. And so she's busy, helping them see amenities and engage with some folks, stakeholders in Edmonton. And as a matter of fact, she was doing that yesterday as well. And that was the reason that she was absent from the public hearing yesterday. Just want that to be on the record. And Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel will be joining us in about 10 minutes. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Got it. Okay, we have quorum. And next council members to ask question is Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask a few questions. One on the Housing Accelerator Fund. So that is that's federal money. Is the city contributing anything towards that?
It's correct, it's federal money, and maybe I'll just look to Crystal Jenner to add any other details.
And while she's coming on, I can confirm there are no provincial contributions. Or municipal contributions, apologies.
No municipal, okay. So from my understanding, this is to create an expected 5,236 units?
That's correct, above and beyond what we would normally get as our housing supply target.
Okay, and can you explain, I'm trying to understand normally housing supply target. Is that just from builders and developers, or is that?
Yes, Councillor Principe, that's looking at the trends over the last number of years. What, on average, would we typically build in terms of number of new units per year?
Okay, can you explain how this? So if this has this city already received this funding?
No, we received this funding if we meet our targets, and the targets are part of the action plan that was reviewed and approved by council last June.
So what if we don't meet our targets?
Then we don't get the money.
But we would have already spent the money, but we won't get the money.
We would have gone through the efforts of staff and all the things to create the conditions to meet our 11 action items that we put in our plan. So it's not as if this is about building permits and not necessarily we're going to build infrastructure and then be left holding the bag for those dollars. That's not how this fund rolls out.
Can I add to that? I mean, if you don't, my understanding is that money will flow in 4 stages, right? We'll get money as we reach toward our targets. It's not that we have to wait till everything is met. As we meet our targets, being released in 4 stages.
That's correct. There's 4 installments of $43.8 million each.
Okay, and the $170 million is to reach the 11 initiatives that are outlined here?
The 11 initiatives create the conditions for us to get the 5,236 units above what we would have built. So those 11 actions are the transformative conditions that we're setting to allow us to create more housing than we would have had we not gotten these federal dollars.
Okay, and that's going to cost $170 million?
Yeah, that's attachment 4.
So I would say it this way. So we're being given $175 million that we are to invest in things that increase the housing supply to the targeted number. And so those actions are outlined in the attachment, And we've been very, very deliberate in trying to ensure that we focus on actions that will have results. We can do all kinds of, like, we understand that we could do many different things, but if we do the things that don't get us the housing starts, we will not have met the goal of the program.
Right. Okay. And then I have a question about Holyrood demo. Is that land owned by the city?
Yes, the land is owned by the city. It's Bart here from real estate.
Okay, so it would be $1.5 million to demolish that property?
Sorry, I don't have those.
That's correct. That's what we have in the budget.
Okay, and what is the value of the land?
I don't have that on the moment, but I can take a look for that.
Okay, yeah, I'd appreciate that. Thanks. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you move the additional round? Because I have some
Sure,
questions.
yeah, I'll move an additional round.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We're just waiting for one vote.
I'm a yes, and sorry, I'm refreshing.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
To Police Commission or Police Service, the body cam proposal in front of us, what I understand, it is driven by legislation, but province committed to funding that. Am I right or wrong?
Mr. Mayor, Justin Quickliff here.
Yeah.
It is going to be, if it's not already integrated into the provincial policing standards, which would be, I guess, defined as a regulation pursuant to the Police Act.
Yeah.
And we are, and I think the Alberta Association of Chiefs are figuring out what the financial support is going to look like from the province.
Okay.
So my understanding is that they wish to support it. They just need to make sure that they do it, that they figure out the correct way of doing it.
Okay. So when do you need the money released from the city in order for you to comply with the requirement of the legislation? Because I'm thinking like we can approve it, but we can hold money in abeyance until we hear from the province.
We feel strongly on a desire to get lift on this program for a variety of reasons, some of which are captured in the business case from an accountability perspective and from a safety perspective. We want to equip our police officers with body-worn video capabilities. And so we are here now because we wish to get this program moving now.
Okay, I see. So, but you're doing this because of the legislation, though, right? Or regulations that will be coming in effect.
Yes, in part because of that, and in part because I think we see the value in having body-worn video in policing generally.
Yeah. So if we fund it, you go ahead. I want to make sure that province is held accountable to the promises that they made. But if we fund it, is there a risk? Province saying the city has already funded this. There's no need for province to step up and meet the legislative requirement with the resources that they should allocate.
Yeah, and I think I'd be remiss to step into the shoes of the province to answer that question. I don't know the answer, but I think in any event of the city allowing us to reallocate from one capital profile into a body worn profile, I know that the province is committed to seeing this for police across Alberta, and I believe that they come in good faith to try and get lift on this program for the EPS and others who don't yet have body worn.
Okay. Then if they do, would that $5 million revert? Maybe this is to administration. If province steps up, provide that whatever $5 or $6 million for body cams, would the money be allocated to police to buy those now? Would that revert back to the city?
I think anytime we get funding for something that we had originally funded ourselves, we can make a swap and return funding to its source.
Okay, then we would get to decide where that additional, if money comes, we would get to decide where that new money goes, whether it goes to EPS renewal priorities, whether it goes to cities' renewal priorities.
Yeah, and I suppose it would depend on the conditions of any grant that we got. So if we paid for body worn, or if you approve this funding and between now and when the funding was spent, the province provides funding for this, then we simply reallocate the previous funding and use the new funding.
Oh, I see, okay. Because the money will come to the city, right? From the grant funding, money will come to the city or will directly go to EPS?
Generally, it comes to the city and we pass it through, I would say.
Okay. And is there maybe to EPS, is there kind of understanding that if province steps up, provide this money, that you will be fine using that grant money to replace this $5 million or $6 million of city money to buy body cams?
Mr. Mayor, perhaps the answer is if the money from the province comes in to support operating, it would be different because this money that we've carved out is for capital. If the province comes in with capital dollars, our goal would be to redistribute the money back into the capital profile that it came from to move, forward with some of the strategic initiatives that we have in our IT applications dollars.
So those are two different answers, and because I'll come back. I'll take the chair back. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I do have a few follow-up questions. So on the page 4 of the report, and we have the breakdown and for the significant adjustment needed. The one piece is about Imagine Jasper Avenue for the increased funding. So increased funding on this table total is $15 million. So I would like to know what is specific reason why we need to increase the funding for this.
Pascal, can you provide an update on that?
I can provide that, Craig. Sorry, that project's transitioned into the delivery phase. There are two aspects that are driving the cost increase. One is recosting related to the updated project schedule, which is expected to start next year. And that accounts for approximately 50% of the increase, but the other 50% is related to new scope that is funded directly by EPCOR, related to low-impact development work that's being planned within the design of that project.
So for the schedule, is the schedule to delayed or to speed the schedule?
This isn't to speed up the schedule. The work is planned to start for next year. We have utility relocations scheduled for later this fall, but the actual civil work and removals won't start until spring of 2025.
So what is original budget for this project?
The original approved budget was $36 million. It includes 8.7 from the federal government as part of a grant related to the active transportation program that they've submitted. So a large part of the scope and influence to how the work was positioned looks very similar to the first phase, which was done 109th Street to 114th Street. We have the opportunity of now including the federal grant funding, 8.7, which is included in the 36. Then you add on 8 for LID, which EPCOR is paying for, and then 7 is the recosting related to the updated schedule, when the project was first approved 2 years ago. The estimate is now, we've updated the preliminary design and we've updated the schedule to reflect the new start date in 2025.
So that new start date and it will result this additional cost.
Correct. Yeah, it's essentially just a market adjustment related to inflation based on the 3 years between the time it was approved and now where we're at.
Okay, so that's for that piece. Another piece, we have the private attachment 6. So the procedural, if I have a question regarding that private attachment, and then procedurally, and then Mayor, so here I need to wait to move into the private to ask the question related to that piece, right?
Yeah, there's a private attachment. If there are questions on that private attachment, then we have to go in camera.
Okay, so I will wait that when that time coming.
Okay, well, okay. That there's only one person, Councillor Principe, is on signed up to ask questions, but if you wish, we can go into camera at this time.
Oh, I can wait for Councillor Principe.
Okay.
Finishing her questions.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Principe, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I might need to ask some questions in private as well. I would like to ask, again, just with the Housing Accelerator Fund, I still do have some concerns with this. And one of the concerns I also have is, like we're anticipating that development will come along with us. Like, are they going to be able to keep up to this schedule in 2 years?
It's over the course of 3 years, Councillor Principe, and as our statistics are showing as of now, so we're 7 or 8 months into the program, we are trending in the right direction in terms of the number of units that would be expected by this time.
Okay. All right. And then, so what would happen if this budget adjustment fails?
Like the whole budget adjustment fails?
Right.
Well, I guess we go back to the drawing board, but I think it's problematic for something like the Housing Accelerator Fund to fail. You send a signal to the government and to developers that you're not comfortable with the work that's being done.
Okay, sorry, not even specifically in relation to that, but that will be an impact.
I would say that in this budget, that's probably the biggest item. The rest of the items, we would not proceed with any of the other adjustments. So the things that are in here don't get built or constructed or finished, and the things that are evaluated as high risk, 7, 8s, 9s, and 10s don't get done. And I think for us to be truthful in the answer of what that means, that's the discussion we'd have in private.
Okay, yeah, and that is where I would like to go in private also to discuss that. I would like to, but if it didn't pass, would we reprioritize? Would that be a consideration? As an example, 132 Avenue.
So if you don't approve and we reprioritize, but it doesn't take away the fact that we have to come back here and you would have to endorse a reprioritization. And then there are obviously things in the capital budget that can be reprioritized because they haven't commenced yet, but there are a significant portion of your capital budget is in-flight projects where reprioritization comes with significant consequences. And maybe like when budgets are passed, we act on those budgets and we procure projects and we enter the construction phase and commence. We don't have budgets pass and then hold off on doing things.
Okay, I'll move that we go into private now then.
Sure.
Second.
Second, Councillor Knack. Okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. the doors, not lock, unlock the doors.
We are live from council chambers again.
We are back. Okay, we do the roll call. Councillor Wright.
Hello.
Councillor Knack.
Oh, good. Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Cutmell.
Hello.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Hello.
Okay, all right. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Moved by Jans and seconded by Councillor Wright. And anyone to speak? You have more questions? So please sign up then. Councillor Principe, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question. I'm just going to pick one of these items from attachment 7.2-27. It has a risk score of 7. It says technology, applications, renewal. There are certain items on here. I'm not sure how important or how much of an effect it would have if it were removed from the budget adjustment. That's why this is very difficult. Like it's hard to just pick and choose what you want to remove because we don't know what the implications will be.
If we scored it as a 7, it was because there would be an operational risk. So it would result in a service level reduction. So for example, if we did not proceed with the buses, at some point, Ms. Houghton McDonald would have to pull buses off, which would impact the services within the transit system. That was the lens we looked at when it came to 7s, is there's an operational risk and it would affect service levels. So that's the lens kind of overall, if that kind of gives you a general idea. I realize it's not specifics under each one, but that is the lens that we took, is that it would impact our ability to deliver on the current level of service standard.
Okay, I see. And, you know, I know that administration is giving their best advice. And however, when I look at like item 7.2-27, I'm not really sure how much that would impact the services if it were removed from the adjustment. That's just one of the items that I've picked. So this is a difficult exercise because I don't know how it will impact, and I don't think anyone can, or can any, like for each item, I don't know if everyone can go over each item, how that would impact if it were not a part of the budget adjustment, which is unrealistic, I believe. Can you for that one item?
Well, if you want to take anything out of attachment 7, you would amend attachment 7.
Right, and I guess my concern is, I don't know how that is going to impact
I think that will be a question that administration would answer from us, the impact of.
Right,
taking
and
that
that's like there are a lot of them on here that I would consider.
Yep, but I think that's the only process available, right? So, yeah, am I right, Nancy?
Yeah, like, so in this specific one, I just probably need a couple of minutes just to confer with the folks in OCT. I think we desperately try to balance the need to bring you something that is understandable and digestible in a summarized format that gives you the salient information with overloading you by having paragraphs of information on every single adjustment that's in attachment 7.2.
Right, yeah, good point. I just wanted to ask, Bart, do you have the number for the land value of Holyrood?
Yes, so at a high level, the land would be worth in excess of $5 million. This is a site, though, that had been used for Greater Edmonton Foundation homes previously, and it's land that we are looking to utilize for affordable housing purposes in the future. So part of the reason to move ahead with the demolition is to make sure that we're getting the land ready to be sold off and to be used for that purpose, so that affordable housing provider can step in and focus on more of the build and not have to deal with the costs associated with demolition to that extent.
I see, okay, so even though it's worth 5 million, the city likely wouldn't be receiving 5 million for it?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, that's it for me, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on this item? Seeing none, now we have concluded questions on this item. We have a motion on the floor. Anyone to speak to the motion?
Mr. Chair, I'm trying to sign in. I wanted to do an amendment about the body cams.
You want to make an amendment?
Yep, to hold the funding for the body cams in abeyance.
Even though the funding for body cams is coming from EPS's already allocated budget.
I think my concern is like the Shigella funding, we're going to be left holding the body cam.
No, but money, so where would you like to hold that money? Because money is already within the EPS budget, my understand.
My concern is we won't be backfilled for the capital.
So
I'm not sure if there's any other assurance. Ms. Padbury, sorry.
I guess what I would say, and obviously defer to EPS if they're back on the line, is they have prioritized this within their own funding envelope. And so,
but I'm worried that's still a nice to have. That's not a must have. They're doing it on the assumption of regulation, but they're not, this isn't like a mission critical item. Like this is not a safety item.
So I'm not sure if Mr. Crickler is on the line. I would simply just, as administration, all I'm conveying to you is that is counter to how they've prioritized this.
We are here if there's a question for EPS on this one.
Sure. So I just wanted to confirm what I heard, that you have prioritized the body cams because they are going to be important because of regulation.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. I think that when asked by the mayor, I indicated that yes, the province requiring it is important to us, but equally as important is the need to ensure that these body cameras are being worn to a certain extent in any event of this new policy framework. Contemporary police work, we believe, requires it now. And we really do wish to move forward with this program and have prioritized it within our capital budget in order to get lift on the program.
Yeah, and I think my concern is that we're having to parse through many organizations or many departments have nice to haves. But we're at the point where we're having to look at like component failure and stuff like that. And so this to me is a bonus, and I would rather wait. If the province is insisting that this happen, that they should do it. I mean, we as council, I think in the past have not supported this ask at the capital budget. I think there's been concerns over not just the body cams, but who controls the footage. And in other instances where, you know, body cams have not been helpful in public safety.
And fair enough, just for one point of clarification, I believe that we brought an ask for in-car video to council at the last capital budget cycle, not for body-worn video.
And I think this is the hard part where, you know, Section 29(2) of the Police Act, we need all the information to make our decisions. And I understand that the commission's been provided some of this information and done the ranking, but I still don't feel confident with what's being outlined here. So.
Okay, I believe that our Chief Innovation Officer, Ron Anderson, may be logged in here, and he may be able to provide some insight to you, Councillor. Ron, are you in the other boardroom?
Yeah, I am in the other boardroom. As Justin Crickler has said, it is very possible that the province will regardless require it through regulation, but it does not equate necessarily to a capital support. They've been clear about some funding support, but not necessarily capital at this time. If we're looking at the other jurisdictions, Calgary, for example, has paid for the capital costs associated with their body worn out of their own capital budget. The province most likely will not reimburse something that was done several years ago on the capital side. So it's very possible the province may keep that to a operating expense refund or funding as compared to a capital. Hence why we looked at prioritizing this within our existing capital to avoid a future ask.
Yeah, that much is clear. It's just whether it's bathroom cleaning for Shigella where we're told that they'll pay us back later and they don't, or these other pieces, like I'm just quite tired of the tail wagging the budget, so to speak, like the minister making a regulation and then changing. I'm out of time, so I'll listen to my colleagues.
Well, I'll go through the list, but people are signed up to speak to this item, not to ask more questions. And I'll go through that. Councillor Stevenson to speak.
To speak.
Councillor Paquette to speak. Councillor Principe to speak.
No, I have some amendments.
Amendments, okay. And Councillor, well then I'll take this list off because if there are amendments, then we'll come back again to speaking list. So, okay, Councillor Principe, what are your amendment, please? Can you move your amendment? Oh, before you do that, actually, I want to welcome some folks who are on a tour of City Hall and participants in the Alberta Municipal Internship Program. And that is all the information I have on this, right? Thank you so much for joining us. Are you taking the tour of the City Hall or just coming into Council Chamber? Taking the entire tour of this beautiful building? Good. Are you having fun? Yeah. Maybe not as much as fun, right? Well, enjoy your visit. Maybe let me ask you, what do you like the best out of City Hall, of City Hall so far? I say City Hall, not City Council. What do you like of City Hall? The artwork, yes, of course. There's a lot of beautiful artwork here from local artists all around the city. Anyways, thank you so much for joining us. We are talking about our capital budget. Please stick around as long as you wish to do so. And I'm going to go to Councillor Principe for her amendment to the main motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, this is difficult because sometimes you make these decisions and don't have feel the full scope of it, although these ones are mostly rated at 7, and I feel that that risk score is not high enough at this time to be funding those.
Can you move your amendment first, please? Like, what are your amendment?
Yeah, so from attachment 7,
Yeah.
7.2-4,
7.2-4, which page, sorry? That'll be, okay, page 4 of 15. The scope change adjustments of $10 million to fund the unfunded renewal project identified to have a risk score of 7. That's the one?
right.
Okay.
Seven,
Can you move that, please, then? So I need a second for that.
I have a list.
Oh, so, okay, that's one. Okay. All right, go ahead.
7.2-5,
So, okay, that's that one. So 7.2-4, 7.2-5,
correct.
okay.
7.2-6. Oh, sorry, no, 7.2-30.
Oh. Just, hold on. Okay,
7.2-35.
okay.
7.3-1.
7.3-1, okay.
And I believe that is it. Thank you.
Okay, need a seconder?
Can I clarify, are these being removed from the attachment, Councillor?
Yes, correct. Thank you.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Okay, can you make the introduction now, Councillor Principe?
Sorry, I was kind of doing that before. I was
yeah.
out of practice there. So most of these are ones that have a risk score of 7, and I understand that we really do need to focus on projects that have already been started, and as well as those with a risk score of 8, 9, and 10. And I feel that these are areas where we can defer, and that is my intention. Thank you.
Okay, questions on the amendment, please? Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. What's administration's response to this, just in terms of operational impacts or other impacts that there may be?
So I think at its highest order, we put forward what we thought were reasonable things to fund based on risk scores. I think we can go through and walk you through what the consequences would be. I think if I look at something like the IT one that's removed, you'd be removing, like a remote sites would have reduced network capacity and no redundancy. So it's the increased risk that comes from network failure. So 7s were all operational risk. They weren't life or safety risk, but they were absolutely operational risk. We wouldn't make those recommendations if we didn't think they were necessary.
Okay, and so operational risks can come with additional operational costs too, potentially, if we're sort of responding to failures?
Yeah, potentially, or you just
can't provide
get
the
nothing.
service.
Yeah, you just don't get the service.
Okay, and then is there any tax levy impact? Like, do we, I know you probably haven't been able to sort of count it all up, but does it move the needle, or would it just like, yeah, what happens with the funding that would be released?
I think it would just go back to its source funding. So if it's because there's a variety, it's pay as you go, so it just goes back into the corporate funding pool and remains unallocated.
Okay.
One of these is the Jasper Avenue, and it has partner funding consequences.
Yeah. Maybe just to the mover, could you maybe speak to that in terms of what you would want to see happen to the funding that would be released?
Just to be going back into pay-as-you-go, as Ms. Padbury said, that then it would leave room. Debt servicing, again, is our third highest expenditure at the city, and that is my concern.
Okay, well, and I think what I understood was that it was mainly like pay-as-you-go funding, so that wouldn't have debt implications?
Correct, and then the pay-as-you-go could be used for other projects that are considered a priority.
I think the administration has suggested that these were the priorities.
Right, for administrations, yeah, or some of council, but not all of council agrees to what the priorities are. So I'm just bringing forward the priorities that I've heard from my constituents, as I'm sure everyone is, yeah.
So there would be other projects that you would propose to replace these?
Not at this time, but in time, yes, correct.
Okay, great, thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions? Can we clear the list, if you don't mind, please? Then I know who is on asking questions on the amendment. Councillor Paquette, questions on the amendment?
No, I was signed up to speak.
Yeah, that's fine. So can you please sign off then?
Oh, yeah,
Or could you take?
sure.
And Councillor Salvador?
Otherwise, I would just call the question.
Just one, let me clear the deck. Right. And Councillor Knack to speak?
Questions.
Questions, go ahead, please. Wait, I think Councillor Salvador, questions on this? Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, okay, just in terms of, I guess, associated costs that would come with deferral, I assume that these assets would rise to an 8, a 9 the longer we wait in terms of the risk matrix. Is that correct?
It'll sometimes depend on what the nature of the item is. Some things may never rise to a safety risk, but still may be an operational risk.
Okay, and I don't suppose you can share sort of general scale in terms of, cost implications of deferring these, even roughly?
I don't have that off.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
I'm sorry. Councillor Knack, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to maybe get a little more detail specifically on 7.2-4 and 7.2-5, since those are the two largest bucket items on this. The other ones are smaller amounts. So, well, except for Jasper Ave, which I fully understand at this point. So, can you walk me through 7.2-4? I have a sense of what we're talking about, but I'd love to just get a better breakdown of what that does. And I'll ask the same for 7.2-5. Which I think, oh wait,
So I covered 7.2-5.
You already covered, yeah, I covered that one. So just 7.2-4 is left for me to.
Yep, Pascal, are you available to give an update on that one?
Yeah, I can take that one, correct. Councillor Knack, so the objective with the $10 million would be to supplement the minor renewal programs, especially on the facility side, which allows us to respond to emergent projects. And so in this case, it's things like roof replacements or repairs that are leaking. We have HVAC system replacements. We're looking at doing work. One specific example, the Millwoods Rec Center mechanical room needs ventilation and filter upgrades. So they're smaller rehabilitation projects that are emerging because of the condition of the facilities that we're managing at this point in time.
Okay, and just picking on the Millwoods one since you raised it, so my feeling from what I'm hearing is that if we said no to this, you're still going to end up having to do that work. And we'll just have to either come back for a later conversation using, so if this money just goes back into pay-as-you-go and sits there for a bit, I'm not envisioning a scenario, unless council chooses to reallocate to something else, that you're not going to come back and ask us to do the Millwoods thing. Is that fair? As an example, I'm picking on that one since you raised it, but go ahead, Pascal.
Well, the other possibility is for us to reprioritize within the renewal program, which means that we would likely have to cancel renewal projects that are
somewhere
at
else.
different various stages.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. All right. That's it. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Thank you. And if we didn't go ahead and fix some of those roof repairs or HVAC systems, they would only get worse?
That's correct, Councillor, or we would have to close the buildings depending on how they're affecting the service.
Okay, because wouldn't just be the building itself, but it could put like the risk of the patrons and at risk.
Yeah, and for example, a roof leak, you want to catch it as soon as possible so that it doesn't cause damage within the buildings. And so those are things that we want to do so that they don't create more work that we need to take care of.
Okay. Makes it go from a 7 to a 9 really quick, right? Okay, and then I just have questions. I think it's on 30, which is the one, sorry, 35 relates to some funding, a grant from Natural Resources Canada. That's a small amount, but what's the impact there?
Well, you don't get the grant, you don't do the work. I think, like, of all the items that are on here, this is one that I would recommend that if we have a grant to do something, we take advantage of that.
Right, okay, and that's the same as like 7.2-34, which is the provincial E911 grant, right? So those are kind of similar situations. If we don't do it, we lose the money.
Yeah, I don't think I have 7.2-34 as one of the line items.
No,
here.
it's not, but I'm so like if we aren't.
Oh, yes, then sorry, yes, you are correct.
Okay, so yeah, if we're removing 35, then maybe we should remove 34 if they're similar. Anyhow, okay, I think that's all I have. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have some very quick question. So at earlier conversation, question and answer, and I heard we focus on the risk scores of 8, 9, 10. But on the attachment 7, we do have some like the scores of 7 to be included and funded. So I just wondering how this pick up to reflect that policy. We focus on the higher scores instead of 7 scores, because some 7 scores picked up to be funded on the attachment 7, some don't. So can you give me a little bit of information how you picked some 7 scores to be funded?
So when we started looking at the 7s, we looked at the ones that would have the potential highest operational risk if they were to remain unfunded. And so while 8s and 9s looked at safety risks, 7 looked at operational risk, and we focused on the ones that would have the highest operational risk if they were to remain unfunded. So we added an extra lens to the 7s where it related to operational risk and service levels.
So I heard this operational risk term used a few times already now. And then, so could you be more specific? What does that operational risk mean? So what's the impact and for Edmontonians and from that perspective?
So the easiest one to probably explain is transit, because it's relative to everybody. So in the event that we did not fund any additional buses, which scored a 7, Ms. Houghton McDonald would get to a point where some of her buses would be failing and she would have to pull them off of the road because they would no longer be safe to be on the road. And so she would have to take them out of service, which would then lower the risk or lower the operations within Edmonton Transit. And I'll maybe turn it over to Carrie to add anything extra if needed.
No, I think you captured it. We'd have to look at reducing service because we wouldn't have the fleet.
This one I agree, and then because that is our city's core services. How about the other 7s?
In all instances, we looked at the fact that there would be something that would have to be stopped, or we would not be able to proceed in order to, if we didn't fund it. And so we looked at the areas where there was the highest risk around not being able to deliver our core services, or our in some cases our support services like or OCT.
So how about I ask from this angle? So those items already unfunded in the past, they're still working right now. And also city administration scores them as 7. So what's a specific? I'm a little bit confused for the urgent here for certain items under the 7 scores. And because if we did not fund them right now and they're still working, they're still moving forward, and what's urgent there, we really need to fund right away, unless there's a risk assessment and provide very, very detailed information, and for us to know this is risk, this is outcome, this is the implication, and if we did not fund. But I did not say that type of information to be included and in the report. So that's why I'm asking this question. Yes, operational risk. I think we have operational risk for many capital profiles related, but to keep that policy consistently. So I still need a little bit of information if anyone could provide it a little bit more.
So let me start. It is not our practice to run things to fail. And so I think if we don't fund these things and they fail, they don't operate, and we'll be back here asking you for the funding to do those things when funding may not be available. We look hard at operational risk. We look at the prioritization, and we start this process with how much money do we have available? What must I fund? What must I fund for safety purposes? And then what are my most critical operation risks? And we ran out of money. So when you see things that are not funded that are 7s, it's because we didn't have enough money, and we funded the highest prioritized things that we could fund. We're starting this exercise by funding 38% of our renewal needs. And so I'm happy to have a conversation about, like, if you think that we missed something and there's a 7 on this list that you'd rank higher than the 7 that we actually funded, happy to have that conversation. But this is a result of chronically unfunded renewal.
Okay, my time's out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, so can you move second round, Councillor Rice?
So moved.
Second.
Second by Councillor Wright. Councillor Principe, you are speaking, or? Oh, you haven't? Sorry, okay, well done. Okay, then no need for a second round. Councillor Principe, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to thank Councillor Wright for bringing that to my attention, because I was going to ask that question about item 7.2-35. Is that only funding from another order of government, or is there any municipal funding going towards that?
I don't believe there's match funding in that one, the E911.
No, the other one.
Sorry, for sure that one has no match funding in it.
No
that is just grant money from another, a different source.
Okay, so that there's no, again, that's not coming from city funding. Then I'm happy to remove the 7.2-35.
Okay, is there unanimous consent to remove 7.235? Okay, cool. Okay, that's removed off the list. Councillor Principe, that's it? Okay, so we have an amendment on the floor now to speak to the amendment. Okay, Councillor Principe to close. Oh, sorry. Councillor Knack, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Sohi. I mean, I sort of feel like I just want to echo what Ms. Padbury said a few moments ago to some other questions, is that, I mean, we're 1.6 billion short, like, for all of our renewal right now. So we got a way bigger problem, frankly. And I'm a little worried that we're playing around right now, trying to find 5 million here, 10 million there, which will just be shifted to another thing of the $1.6 billion that we're short on. So like, for me, I'd much rather be having a conversation about how quickly we're going to finally start a renewal program. And I know Councillor Salvador's been waiting to sort of find the right time to move that. I feel like the right time is probably yesterday, and it's probably not today in terms of proper order of operations, but like this fall we have to. And I'm speaking now because this is going to end up saving me from speaking a bit later. I think at this point I don't need to double up, but like we need to rebuild Jasper Avenue. We don't rebuild Jasper Avenue, we're going to spend more money repairing potholes. EPCOR needs to do their utility work, right? We need to maintain our civic buildings. We need to, you know, if the roof gives out, look what happened with SCONA, right? We lost a whole facility because we weren't even keeping up with some basic maintenance. So like, I appreciate where we're, like, I appreciate the conversation we've had today about like, we're trying to all find ways to be really thoughtful, and I think there's gonna be some great subsequent motions on some good conversations about costs, but like, this is all, this entire discussion, primarily this capital budget is almost exclusively about renewal right now, which the main takeaway we should be having is that we are substantially behind where we needed to be. And that is a fault of decades of councils. You know, we started to chip away, you know, I think about Council of 2009 started with neighborhood renewal and Mayor Sohi, Councillor Sohi. I think about in 2014 when we brought in the arterial roadway renewal program and had to more than double that. We brought in the alley renewal program, but like so we've been chipping away at the renewal, but like we are way behind. So I appreciate trying to pick some things out here, but my worry is you say no to these and pull them off. Like we should have the next in line ready to be funded. I would hate to say no, I would hate to pull off anything off this list today without something else ready to spend the money on tomorrow, because we are so far behind on where we need to be. So for me, I would, if I needed to have a debate on any of this, any of what's before us, to what Ms. Padbury said earlier, the motion should be, any motion that somebody wants to make subsequent right now or to amend should be delete this and immediately fund this other one. And then we can at least debate the merits of which renewal needs renewal more quickly. But to just pull something off actually puts us in a worse scenario overall as a city. And that's where my biggest worry is right now. So I'm going to save myself from speaking to the main motion, which is just, yes, we need to do all of these things and a $1.6 billion more. And we need to fund it at some point. So I'm going to be voting no to this and no to any other amendment to remove something from this list, because we have to do this work. And then we have to figure out how to fund all of the other work like we started doing with other infrastructure over the last 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to agree with most of what Councillor Knack said, except for the fact that we need to have further debates on 40 small items. I think that administration might have already had that debate. Otherwise, everything else I agree with. This has been an issue long in the making, and probably no one is listening except for the people in the room, and if you are listening, feel free not to, because you might have heard it all before. But this is a big conversation, and it has to do with being a resource economy and Klein-era years and all of the things that we inherited from political decisions overriding governance decisions. And past councils decided not to take care of infrastructure. Why? Because it costs money. And where do you get the money from? You get it from taxes, and then everyone's mad at you. And then you don't get reelected. That's a political decision. A governance decision is saying, I refuse to let my self-interest get ahead of the interests of the city and of the next generation. Right now, kids today can't even buy a home. And I refuse to be a counselor who says, you know what? I'm also going to add this infrastructure debt to you. Surprise. Absolutely not. When's an easy time to pay for this stuff? Never. But it's a lot easier to pay for it right now than later. And that is always true. I get the intent of this motion, and I'm sympathetic toward it. Boy, am I sympathetic toward it. But we have a lot to pay for. And this council is taking a lot of heat for a lot of past decisions, and will take a lot more heat for deciding to stand ground and do the right thing and be the council that says the buck stops here. I feel really strongly about this, Mr. Mayor. I feel very strongly about this. And if it means my political career to do the right thing, I will do the right thing every single day. It's very, very easy to get lost in what's going to make a headline or to avoid a headline. But these are things that the public has entrusted us to do, to look after them before we look after ourselves. And I'm going to look after the people of Edmonton to the best of my ability, because that was my oath. And by the way, I will say, Mr. Mayor, that I think that we have successfully navigated through the worst of times, knock on wood, barring something terrible coming up. We've gone over the hump, and it's going to be better and better as we go along, because this council did make the tough decisions in the past couple of years. And so I would like to continue making those decisions and deliver the best city possible to the city of Edmonton, not just today, but for the next generation and the next generation after that, because our decisions will echo for that long. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Selhi. I would like to start it about Renew program. And also, as you all probably aware of, that is my first question I ask when we start this debate and for this capital budget adjustment. We do have $1.6 million gap to fill the responsibility to renew our city's infrastructure. Right now, by looking at the report in front of us, I ask a question why we only have $95.5 million to invest unfunded Renew project with the risk scores of 7, 8, 9, 10. So even I ask a question, what's the strategy or what's the future plan we could look at to fill that gap? I agree with my colleagues. We do need more money to fill that gap. So at the same time, I know today's discussion and there are lots of good points and then really valuable conversation. At the same time, I want to talk about a little bit about us being representative. What does that mean to me? And then as a representative, I always say this publicly, we listen to the people. We make decisions based on what we heard. And then it's my understanding why Councillor Principe put this motion on, and as she indicated earlier, to reflect what she heard from her constituents. So I understand why this come and on the floor right now for us to discuss. Also, and in our information provided in front of us, said very clear, and for the renewal project, and we have the big piece, the major piece is about the convenient buses, and we need for our city's core services. And then what's amendment on the floor did not touch that piece at all. And to me, and when as a leader, when we implement city's policy, when we look at operational risk, I think it's really important for us to consider all the factors: people's voice, our operation risk, our operation implication, also the consistency when we implement the policy. So from that perspective, I did not ask a question to administration, and for the items put on the floor, what's his total amount and amount in that $95.5 million for the renew. So we could do quick mathematics, say how much money we take away from this to really reflect the value that we're talking about. In terms about Imagine Jasper Avenue project, I recall we did have big debate in the last time regarding the funding to provide it. What I heard from my constituents keep talking about the construction in downtown, specific on Jasper Avenue, and even they had difficult to drop their parents, drop their kids, and come to the restaurant, and then even because of the construction, unstopped construction on Jasper Avenue. So right now, and in this budget, we're increase another $15 million and to do another construction on Jasper Avenue. So when is the point for us to really look at our Edmontonians' perception about our city is construction city, and to take a look what we could pass before we move forward? What we have right now could serve the needs of Edmontonians, not only downtown. So from that perspective, I think I still have more points to talk about. I don't have time, but I encourage my colleagues to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
And I'll be very quick. I just want to thank you, our administration, for developing kind of risk-based mitigation strategy when it comes to maintaining our existing infrastructure and following that to recommend investments. You know, I think they have done an admirable job of suggesting investments that will eliminate risk, that is critical risk, based on this analysis, that once, if this is approved, if this, this main motion and the suggestions of administration are approved, we wouldn't have critical risk based on risk 8, 9, and 10 to our existing infrastructure, the way I understand. So once you eliminate that risk, the next risk you go down the list, which is risk at a 7 level, category level. And that's where these investments are going as well. I think that is the most prudent and responsible approach to take to allocate the limited amount of resources that we have to have the greatest amount of impact in maintaining our infrastructure. And that is, I really appreciate that approach, and I want to honor that approach from administration, and that is why I will not be supporting any of these amendments, because what administration is proposing is the criteria that they think is the most effective approach to maintaining what we have today. So I would not be supporting any of these or any other amendments that will be taken out of attachment at 7, and I want to honor that work of administration, and I want to thank them for that. With that, I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Principe to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I always find it so ironic that we come to this time and I agree with so much of everything everyone is saying, yet we have different perspectives on how to get there. So I just always find that very interesting. I would like to say that I do respect what my colleagues had said, and I respect the work that administration has done. However, I just feel it has to start somewhere, and maybe it was decisions that were made in the past that has led us to where we are now, but I think that changing the way needs to start somewhere, and that's why I put this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So please vote.
Apologies. Can you?
Recall, can we redo the vote, please? Recall the vote.
Yes.
We will recall the vote and we'll vote again. Okay, please vote now.
We're just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That has failed. Okay, now we are back to our main motion. I'll open the floor for people to speak to the motion. Councillor Stevenson to speak, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just want to take a few brief moments to thank administration for the work that they've done in this budget adjustment. I feel that this adjustment is really reflective of my priorities, and I feel the priorities of many on council. We're seeing critical renewal needs being met to ensure that our core services can continue to be provided. We're seeing an investment in more buses to help us maintain the reliable services that so many Edmontonians and a growing number of Edmontonians are choosing to use. Housing investments, both for much needed purpose-built affordable housing and all the initiatives to support market attainable housing. The incredible part of all of this work is that there has been no impact on the tax levy. This has been really astute reprioritization and alignment of the funding available to us. So just want to share my full support and my deepest gratitude to administration for this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciated the discussion today and also wanted to take a moment to thank administration for bringing forward what I thought was a really thoughtful and well-considered budget adjustment. Like my colleague, it's great to see a number of those urgent renewal needs being addressed, which will support continued delivery of core services that we all rely on and expect. It's also great to see a number of strategic priorities moving forward, including funding more buses and housing through the Housing Accelerator Fund. And this is all, again, being achieved with a neutral tax levy impact, which is excellent. I spoke to this earlier, but beyond this budget adjustment, I do remain concerned about the absence of a dedicated renewal fund, as this has a direct effect on the number of assets that we're going to ultimately have to replace or lose. We have chronically underfunded renewal in this city. And while we have an excellent asset management system, we're unfortunately in a reactionary position where we're responding to things in a bit of an ad hoc manner, which is not ideal. And that's reflected in the number of necessary renewal projects that we're seeing coming forward with a high risk score. So at some point, I strongly believe and continue to believe that we are going to have to make a decision to phase in a dedicated renewal fund. I think it was mentioned earlier, it should have happened a very, very long time ago. And we know that the longer we wait, the more costs we are going to incur. So that's something I'm continually reminded of at every adjustment and budget update. And I wanted to just touch on a few points that were raised by my colleagues earlier in the discussion this morning. So really appreciated the point around some of the costs related to the body-worn cameras as an example of a cost that is potentially being downloaded onto the city without a clear line of sight to provincial funding. I would have questions around, what are other municipalities experiencing? I assume similar challenges, so I'd be interested in adding this to the list of downloaded costs that we're experiencing as we continue our advocacy efforts to the province. Regarding the cost of capital projects, I know there were a few questions and some dialogue around that. open to having further conversations about the policy cost drivers for capital projects. However, I'd want to ensure that those conversations have a strong focus on trade-offs. I think it's good to be aware of potential policy cost drivers, but I suspect in some cases those cost drivers could actually be considered value adds. I would want to see operational life cycle cost savings and implications included in that analysis in order to provide a full picture for decision making. And what I want to spend the rest of my time on is talking about the Housing Accelerator Fund. I am so excited that we are in this position and have an opportunity to roll this out. Very excited and want to express my gratitude to the support from the federal government, but also to our administration who helped secure these funds and who will be the ones who are implementing the various actions that we'll be taking. We know that our city is growing rapidly, and we're fortunate to have a partner that recognizes the need to support cities in accommodating that growth. Thousands of homes will be built through the Housing Accelerator Fund, and again, so excited to continue building on years of demonstrated city leadership on increasing housing supply and maintaining our relative affordability. So once again, thank you so much to administration and the entire team for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much for all the work behind this budget adjustment. Just to build on, points made by my colleague here, I think addressing incrementally our renewal gaps, I think is a measured approach forward. And as Councillor Salvador ended on Housing Accelerator Fund, maybe that's where I'll start. We know this is one of the top issues. We know housing is one of the top issues Edmontonians are worried about. It is one of this council's top priorities that we have invested heavily in city dollars, but also advocated hard with other orders of government. The Housing Accelerator Fund is a win, and it's good to see this included in the capital budget adjustment. We also have a robust affordable housing strategy approved last year. We have some of the most forward-thinking land use reform in the country, all of which will get us to our goals. And cities' capital funding sources are very limited. Housing Accelerator Fund is one example. And I do want to take the opportunity to comment on the provincial side. Infrastructure funding to municipalities has decreased from 454 to 154 per Albertan over the last decade. Meanwhile, population has grown. Our needs have also grown, and we continue to struggle to really make sure our infrastructure is up to par to provide that quality of life for Edmontonians. And, I guess I'll just kind of mention a point around some of the conversation on the EPS side of things. While I understand after several lines of questioning that, on something perhaps as straightforward as, body worn camera, it's readjusting of what is already approved police budget by the commission. But part of the rationale there is also this mandate coming down from the province with very little plan for implementation or resourcing for it. And that's, by definition, downloading in action. And, even on the rationale for why something like that needs to happen right now, I continue to lack a clear line of sight. I recognize what is presented to us in the package around the evidence for it. I will argue evidence for it is actually quite mixed. And I just, while I understand this is not new funding, but some of those, I think, pieces continues to give me pause. But in any case, I'm very supportive of what is presented to us now. I think we've also had a really great conversation around, a city's construction approach, and I recognize there are a few subsequents coming that I'm looking forward to. So again, thank you for all the work. We have a massive infrastructure deficit, and I feel like, unless something really gives, this is kind of the best way forward as we continue to course correct year after year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Cartwell.
Yep, thank you. I too really like most of what I see here. I understand, that it's a lot of accounting adjustments and moving money from accounts to accounts, and, for the most part, it makes sense. I'm going to reiterate my concern, though, is that I don't feel, and I toy with the idea of pulling some stuff out, and, it gets into that. Well, quite frankly, I didn't want to start a bit of a race of pulling a bunch of stuff out and creating a bunch of amendments and that kind of a thing. So I'll hold my powder for now. But I really have a concern with the information we're getting that we're to make these decisions. It's just not enough anymore. I continue to get hard questions. I continue to struggle to find answers in some of the circles that I'm in, and I want to provide those answers. You know, there's things here, and I mentioned some of them earlier, where the initial capital cost of some of these things just does not seem to align, whether it's with other municipalities or with the private sector or other inputs that we get. And that might very well be that we're investing for the value adds and not just raising the cost. That may very well be that we're investing in the, you know, to lower the operating costs and the life cycle costs of that amenity or of that asset. But we don't know. There's not nearly enough information to make those judgments. And so I'm not going to speak nearly as long on the subsequents that I have to offer, but I want to be able to validate and rationalize that we're making the right decisions, that we're paying more dollars out of the gate for really supportable reasons. And if we're not, then we're going to reduce the dollars we're paying out of the gate until we get to that place. You know, and I'll use just a couple of examples. The Kenora and Garneau supportive housing, that seems like double market value. Why is that? I don't know. I'm not saying it's bad, but if it's too high, instead of 99 units, we might be getting 150. It's not austerity. It's not to pull money out of the budget and give it back. It's not to put it back to the capital, to the tax roll. It is to maybe do more with the money that we already have allocated. And it might be that we build in that scenario 99 units of housing, and we take, you know, some $5 or $10 million and put it back into renewal, because we do have a massive problem. And we're going to have to start biting back on that, or we run the risk of having something really significant pop up out of nowhere, like Calgary just did. It's not that they don't inspect pipes. It's not that they don't take care of their infrastructure. It's not any of that. But when you don't put as many dollars into maintenance and renewal as you ought, then the surprises are more likely to come, and surprises can be real killers. So I totally support that. I want to find more dollars to do that. And we might be getting into trade-offs. It might be a trade-off between, is it more solar panels on the roof of the transit garage, or is it make sure that the pipe isn't going to cave in? And, you know, there's those kinds of trade-ins we have to start talking about. I'll also say this. This used to be the kind of conversation that happened with neighborhood renewal all the time. And it became the fight at this table, which neighborhood was worse, because that's the one we're going to fund. And wise people that came before us said, enough of that. We're going to just keep ticking up the property tax dollars just a little bit, create a fund so that neighborhood renewal happens on a more or less automatic basis, on a more or less prioritized basis, and it happens, for the most part. That's what we need to get to with Councillor Salvador's proposed motion that kind of hangs out there a little bit, that these stop being debates and they start just being automatic good policies that we do. But we're going to have to find some money to do it. And my concern is that the money is actually buried in the new stuff that we're building that is costing us too many dollars for the value that we're getting out of it. So I want to examine that. I will grudgingly support this, but with those qualifications that I'm not happy with the info on the new profiles. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartwell. Councillor Rice.
I will be quick as well. So take care of our infrastructure and to ensure we have sufficient capital budget to provide our core services. That is really, really important. So I want to thank city administration, and then so this time to provide the report and information is a different way. And even though for some information, I feel like we still could have the room to provide more. So like I mentioned earlier, I do have the concern and for the balance and between the growth and then the renew investment in our capital budget. So even if you look at this time adjustment for the late impact, $263 million, and up among this, over 65% of this, and actually is new profiles, new growth. And so I received lots of questions and from my constituents specific ask, and why our city keep doing the growth and to invest new infrastructure project, and instead of focus on finish what we have and to do the better maintenance. And so that type of question I received over and over. And then also another question, and I want to share with my colleagues, and I actually really appreciate today's conversation, and there are many, many good points and from my colleagues, is about infrastructure cost keep increase. So the question is about why the infrastructure is a major project, the cost keep increase. And we do have some good news and from previous updates about how many projects were on budget, how many projects were on schedule. I think is at the level is a good level. But this type of question still come from the public. And then the related question is, what's the benefit if we keep increase the major infrastructure project cost? What is that return to the public? And specifically gave that tax supported debt services, we have that 18%, and then we have certain degrees some project we have to fully fund it under tax supported debt. And for this type of questions, I do believe, like Councillor Cadmel said really well, I think better than me, and how we have this type of information, and really we can, from our city perspective, to give that information to the public to really to provide more clarification on how our city take care of our infrastructure, how our city to do the growth project, how we balance between the growth project and the renew project. I think for me, and then my concern still here is I looking forward for the more investment could happen in the renew program. I know that type of conversation, we don't have perfect answer for that, but that type of conversation, I think it's worth for us to look at some strategies, some plans, because right now that gap and is really, really big. And then 1.6 million, and compared to we just provide really little investment. And so the cost analysis to grow the new project is more cost effective, or to do the renew project is more cost effective. That type of analysis, I believe will provide us more valuable information for us to make a decision as well. So I looking forward, I know there's some like subsequent motion from my colleagues, and I looking forward for those subsequent motions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'll be really brief. I'm not going to speak about anything related to potential subsequent. I just want to take a moment to really acknowledge administration. I think, what keeps coming to mind is you've been making lemonade out of lemons. And, there's all sorts of demands, and there's a finite amount of resources. And time again, you have provided sage advice. Sometimes we have listened, and sometimes collectively we have not. This council or any other iteration. But that advice has always been sound and good and clear. And so I feel like it's really important for you to know that any questions around budgets or how we get those budgets down, for me, are really intended to be a policy conversation, not that have been decisions that we've made that have maybe tied your hands into that you need to now do that, you need to add that into the scope, as opposed to the work that you're doing being questioned in any way. And I just really feel like it's important to say that. And I know snapping fingers isn't allowed in council, but there's a few times I just have to, Eddie, I have to give a big shout out to Stacy and say, she's always a straight shooter. She always gives us exactly what we need to whether we end up listening or not. I just really appreciate that. And if I could snap fingers in council sometimes with her responses, no, then I would. So I just want to really thank, I really just want to thank administration for always doing that. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Can't snap fingers. No fun. No fun in this council. Thank you, Stacy. Appreciate that. And your team. Yeah, absolutely. Well said, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So quickly, I think sometimes it may be not communicated well enough to the public that if you include our region, we are about the same population size as Calgary, maybe actually more. And everyone in the region utilizes our infrastructure. Predominantly, it's rare that Edmontonians are going out and using our region's infrastructure. It happens, but we collect almost $1 billion less per year in taxes than the city of Calgary. And they get to choose how to utilize that money to serve their entire city. They do not have the same regional pressures that Edmonton has. And it's not lost on me that that amount actually also pretty closely mirrors our infrastructure debt amount. So I don't know how we talk about this story better, but it is a story I think that needs to be told, and it falls in with the shared cost, shared benefit discussion. And it falls in with our regional partnerships. When times are tough, though, people start retracting, looking after their own a little bit more. And we see that happening. So when we're looking at this, and I think about our massive population boom, as Councillor Tang was alluding to, and the massive cuts that we have received from the province, the administration has been able to deliver this is nothing short of astounding. And you know, it's really tough to talk about these things because as soon as you start saying, hey, maybe those who are responsible for something should actually be responsible for it, you get accused of pointing fingers or passing the buck. No. We're going to be responsible for what we are responsible for, as shown in this budget. All we are asking is that every order of government follows suit. Every province could take municipalities as the example of how to step up into their role and do more with a dollar. So much so that even as Councillor Cartman was talking about, even though this is a great capital budget, we are going to look for ways to be even better. We're going to look for ways to turn a nickel into 7 cents. And that's what Edmontonians expect of us. What I would love to see is a way to communicate all of these ideas in a way that Edmontonians expect out of their province, expect out of their federal government. Recently, municipal leaders across Canada met, and they talked about their experience on social media. Made a word cloud, and it was probably the most depressing thing I've ever seen in my life about how they felt about their interactions and what they saw on social media. And guess what? One thing we know is that these things are perpetrated by people who have a goal. They're organized. It's not even a lot of people, but they spread a message. Wouldn't it be great if we could find a way to spread a message to the positive so that people can see and have ownership of their government rather than increasingly feel further separated because bad actors go unchecked and the good actors watch it happen. That's just my little soapbox, Mr. Mayor. Now I'm getting down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you.
Oh,
Okay.
point of order. I get to close as the mover, right?
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
I will come to you after I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Again, want to extend my thank you to administration. I think Councillor Rutherford articulated that very effectively, and I think she speaks on behalf of all of us when it comes to that appreciation. So thank you once again. This budget that we are approving today, or the adjustment we are approving today, is actually about building more homes to retain our market affordability and invest more in affordable housing. This budget adjustment is also about replacing our old buses with new buses. So we're going to continue to offer a core service, public transit, that allows people to move from one destination to the other while reducing their overall household expenditures by offering that sustainable, affordable mode of transportation for people. This budget adjustment is also about taking a very responsible approach in maintaining our existing infrastructure that allows us to provide core services, quality core services that Edmontonians rely on each and every day. And all these investments will make or are making people's life better. I think we need to continue to stress that point, as Councillor Paquette has mentioned, because there's so much other stuff on people's minds that all the good investments that we're making on behalf of Edmontonians and living up to their expectations get lost because we don't continue to emphasize the value of those investments. I also agree with Councillor Cardinal that we have done a lot in increasing transparency and also accurate information to share with Edmontonians around how we budget, where the money is going. And I think, but there's one area I think we need to do more work of is on the infrastructure, new projects delivery. So I think our administration is aware of that. I think we need to continue to increase that in a way that people understand the value, but also how, if there's additional cost, what is that additional cost buying them, right? Whether it's nice looking buildings, right? Whether it's percentage for the art, whether it's more energy efficient buildings or social procurement and others, right? I think it will be good information to have to share with Edmontonians on that. I also want to stress that we would be in a much better position if our provincial partners were stepping up. Just imagine if we were able to get another $19 million that is owed to us in the grant in place of tax program. The cumulative impact of that reduction has been close to $90 million for our municipality. And that meant that $90 million coming from existing property owners to make up for that loss of revenue from the provincial government. We were promised infrastructure funding in 2008, but that continued to decline, and we are receiving $400 million less than what was promised to us. If that gets restored, we can do much more on maintaining our existing infrastructure and probably build more necessary infrastructure. Again, even the funding formula itself is not reflective of the needs of Edmontonians, and it skews more toward Calgary, and they end up getting more money when we are a service hub for larger regional population, and we serve regional population through the infrastructure that we build. Or money reduction in DNA testing, or not paying for Shingella, or $29 million that we invest in responding to medical calls through our fire service. So there's so many things that have been downloaded onto us that we are funding through property taxes. I think that's where the real conversation needs to happen as well, and that's where the real relief will be for Edmonton property owners if provincial government starts stepping up to take on their responsibilities so that we can stay in our lane if they fulfill their responsibilities in their own lane, right? So I think but those conversations we'll continue to have, and I'm optimistic that we will get to some resolutions on those. So with that, I will take the chair back, and we'll go to Councillor Jens to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To me, if I had to summarize this adjustment, it comes down to 3 words: housing, jobs, and renewal. It's funny, I was riding on the bus with my son the other day, and he was gonna drop a wrapper on the floor, and I said, "Hey, don't do that. Like, this is actually your bus." He said, "What?" I said, "Yeah, you actually own this bus." He said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "You as an Edmontonian are one of 1 million people, now I guess 1.1 million people, who actually owns this bus. And a matter of fact, we actually own that park over there too. And we own that pool. And we actually even own a really, really spooky mausoleum. And we need to cultivate that ethic of ownership and that ethic of stewardship, that we take care of our things. Edmontonians are, we're a really caring community. I was just out and I saw people doing a garbage cleanup in the River Valley. We do tree plantings. We take care of our stuff. We take care of our yards. We take care of our city. And I think we need to be more forward about how, some of our stuff is getting a little old and it needs renewal. And that's what we're doing in this budget. Not only that, we're building housing. We're building a lot of housing. And we can quibble about, cladding here or an extra bedroom here or there with the cost. And I think we've got some valuable subsequent motions coming about how to do that. But by and large, we're building housing, and also we're catalyzing jobs. I'm so excited that we get to vote on the Housing Accelerator Fund today. I think that's really important for transparency, that we can draw a direct line from the valuable contributions that we're receiving from the federal government to what we're doing here with these funds. To me, the Housing Accelerator Fund is not just about bedrooms. It's also about a catalytic transformation, a springboard to new housing opportunities that have more transportation choices, that are in better locations, where we're building in and up, not out. I think where we put this funding will literally shape our city, where we'll be able to work with developers, with businesses, with employment centers. We can invest where we want to grow. And that's incredible. And I can't think of another historic investment like we've received, like the HAF. And I can't wait to go and break ground and cut ribbons and swing hammers and do whatever it is that we need to do to get this housing built. It's really exciting. So yeah, I think there's a lot in here that's really, really positive. We're investing in ourselves, we're investing in our community, we're taking care of our things, and yeah, more buses, more housing, more renewal. I can't wait. Let's get to work.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And we are at 3:30. We'll take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 3:45 for our item. Subsequent. We'll come to subsequents, then we'll come to the audit report. Thank you. of 15 minutes. Do a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Hello.
Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
No, Councillor Cartmel was at the back. He'll be here. He is.
Hello.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Hello.
Okay. All right. Subsequent, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, I'm just pulling it up here. No, this is not the right one. Just give me 1 second. That administration provide a report with an analysis of cost drivers that influence comparative capital projects, including codes, policies, bylaws, programs, or other factors, with a focus on facilities and renewal projects, including a direct cost breakdown comparison of current fire hall and recreation center projects completed in Edmonton and within regional municipalities, with a due date of Q4 2024 Executive Committee.
Okay. Need a seconder?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Okay.
And then just to introduce, like I understand that some of my colleagues are going to say we need to add more here in terms of the life cycle costs and all of those pieces, but I think we're going to start to get a little bit more unruly with what this report can actually deliver on. And I think at the heart of the intent of this motion, it is really about, as a councillor right now, when people are phoning my office and saying things like, why is this project so much more in Edmonton than in Spruce Grove? I don't have those answers. And I need those answers. I need to be able to provide those answers. Also, if we're going to even contemplate a dedicated renewal levy, we do not have the social license if we cannot answer those questions. We do not. And it's only fair that Edmontonians know, like maybe like Councillor Cartmel said, you know, yes, maybe net zero is driving up the cost, but we decide we still have environmental goals and it still hits those climate objectives that we want. But at least then we're being transparent with the public about that we are paying a little bit more for those things. Right now, I don't think that that is transparent because, as I can imagine has happened over time, each policy has come up through committee to council in a separate debate. We need something that looks at the totality of now, how have all of those collective policy decisions influenced our cost drivers, and more importantly, validate that those are still the same policy values that we want to carry forward in the context of a very challenging capital budget now and in the next 4-year debate.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a great motion. But I am just curious about, we did have a bit of a conversation about, the limitations of just looking at direct costs without looking at also benefits to some of the things that we're doing. So I'm just wondering how we would encapsulate that in a report that comes back, maybe to administration.
Yeah, I think we did have a good talk on that. I think that is relevant, and when, in the words direct costs, we can take a look at what some of those life cycle elements that we can reasonably put together to give that context to. Like we cautioned, it's just how deep we're able to go for the exercise. But
Yeah,
I think we can assume both of those elements within this wording.
Yeah, I just think of it like if you're thinking of rivers and it branches off and branches off, how far do you want to go with those tributaries?
Right.
Yeah.
And I think we'll have to do the analysis and make that call on how much, but the commitment is we'll explore that element as well.
Okay, yeah, because earlier Council Carmel was making do we throw some solar panels on a building? Yeah, that saves us X amount up front, but over time it actually costs taxpayers more because they're paying more in energy costs. So things like that, yeah?
Yeah, we'll explore all those things within reason to bring back, yes.
Yeah, so do we need wording to that, or is that, and this is our big frustration, I think, at least for me, I'll often be like, hey, do we need wording for that? Nope, we don't get the wording, it just doesn't come back, so.
Yeah, it's your call. We've heard I think I've responded back, and our full intent is to come back with those elements with this report. And we do have people recording the context of the conversation to make sure we don't forget to. That's part of what we're doing here on the admin side too.
So, Mr. Mayor, would it be too much to ask that maybe in the process of this conversation really quickly, I work on a little bit of wording that might be a friendly amendment?
Yeah, that is your right to do so. Only thing I'm aware, cognizant is just we have a lot to finish on the agenda.
Yeah, no,
Right,
for
so
sure.
just quicker we can move on these things, the better.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks so much. So I appreciate the motion and some of the answers to Councillor Paquette's question. That clears up a few things for me. I guess to administration, you know, maybe a few things. Like I see codes included in here. And my understanding is, you know, we don't have a lot of flexibility around whether or not we follow through on building code and implement that. I'm wondering, yeah, is there room within the report that you bring back, some commentary that you could provide related to like whether or not we can actually turn the dial on any of these? Like if we realize, yes, code is adding X number of dollars, but we don't actually have the ability to change that in a big way.
Yeah, I do know what you mean. I think you're right. With codes come in and we adapt to them, but codes change over time. So when we're doing these comparators, when something was started and built versus another has relevance to those codes. So I think that's the context of codes.
Okay,
here.
that's really helpful. And I guess that provides a bit of a broader question in my mind. Will this help with some context and framing to understand, like if we do see big differences in the comparison between different municipalities, will that help provide potentially rationale for why we might see differences?
I believe it will, and that's I believe that's the intent of the motion to bring that. So.
Great. And then, do you think there's room within the report to provide commentary around policy alignment to strategic priorities? I'm just thinking, if we have policies in place that are outdated and maybe not in line with our current strategic priorities and the direction we're going as a city, that are adding costs to project, can that be flagged? I'm thinking of, that's kind of one extreme, but in the other direction, you know, we might have policies in place that are here to fulfill the goals in the city plan or the energy transition strategy. Will that be provided?
I'm not sure if that will all be provided. What I will say, though, is through the analysis, those policies that have the most influence will be highlighted as part of the work we're reviewing. That could further then have that discussion on where maybe we pay that attention and have those deeper discussions. I don't know if that answered your question.
Same thing could be said around like carbon budget implications.
I think when we talk about the benefits, I think, like as Councillor Paquette was asking those questions, I was wondering if one of the things that we can do is look at what our budget is telling us about, like we've done a lot of work on the carbon budget that might be able to help us solidify what those indirect benefits are of our choices in building.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you. Picking up on that, though, you know, further to Councillor Rutherford's comments, you know, for instance, if one of the cost drivers is LEED Silver qualification or net zero emissions, that pretty intuitively ties to, you know, the goals and objectives that council set out, at least when we started that. Like that to me is relatively obvious. Maybe there's a focus on alignments that might be less obvious. If that comes along, maybe that's a subjective thing to draw a line around, but I just don't want to see, you know, a lot of delay for you to tell us things that we probably already know. Right.
I think with this analysis, we'll take that step back look. We'll do a more thorough review what will filter up are the ones that have the most influence, but we will do a deeper look. And along the way between now and when you receive this report, there's other work that we know we're doing that might influence, we might even step into this between now and when this final report comes, to your point.
I mean, like, you know, so, and I'm not trying to throw darts here, but I mean, if it comes back that, you know, environmental standards are adding significantly to the cost, well, we know why, because we asked you to do that. And then we can talk about whether we continue to ask you to do that. But if you come back and say the soil conditions in West Edmonton are horrible, then that might not be intuitive to everyone. So you might say, okay, well, and this is what that means when you go and build a rec center in a swamp.
Sure.
Sorry, I probably shouldn't have said that. Anyway, so I wonder then if it would be, by way of friendly amendment, if we said an analysis of cost drivers and potential positive impacts that influence comparative capital projects, just to throw in the, yeah, it costs, but yes, there might be a benefit. Would that capture it, and then we can...
Why don't you just a cost-benefit analysis? That capture both,
yeah, I'm fine with that
right?
too.
Cost-benefit,
I think we're looking for the word benefit in there somewhere so we don't, doesn't get lost.
analysis of the cost-benefit drivers, whatever. You know. I think intent is, yeah, you got that, right? Okay.
I can chat something.
Yeah, okay, good. Ended? You have that? Where's that?
It's in the chat.
In the chat, okay, thank you.
And I don't know if it's the best version, but it's a version.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair? I just have a quick, Eddie, you and I had this chat during break, right? I think it's very important that all the questions that council members have raised during this discussion and previous discussions are answered, and I hope, is it possible, like when our next biggest debate on this is going to be fall budget adjustment, right? Is it this, so will this come before that we can have all these questions answered? What I want to see is a better clarity on these questions before we get into fall discussions. Then these questions that are being asked today are not repeated, right? If they're repeated, they're seeking more clarification where we are.
Our intent is to be back for that fall budget conversation.
Okay, good. Oh, within the fall, along with the fall budget or before that?
Are you suggesting we endeavor to bring it before so it informs that?
If possible, then, because a lot of questions will be asked again. I don't want to have the same situation going through the fall again, right? So if more clarity can be brought sooner.
Understood. Well, we'll look to when that date
this.
finalizes and try and do this and bring it in advance of. Might be close to, but in advance of.
Yeah, because this is a chapter that needs to be kind of better understood and probably closed, right? To the satisfactory level. Okay, got it. I'll take the chair back. Okay. Councillor Rutherford? So where's that cost benefit? It's right there. A report with a cost benefit analysis and cost drivers that influence comparative capital projects. You okay with that, Councillor Rutherford? It's a friendly. It's a friendly.
Sure, I'm not going to belabor it because I'll just get voted out. I mean, I don't necessarily consider it friendly, but I will concede.
Okay, got it. It's friendly. Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's not what I had as my wording, but that's fine. I think my wording makes it more clear, but we can live with it.
Got it, okay. All right, let's vote on it. You want to speak?
Just
quickly, go, please.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't want to belabor this, but I think it's really important to understand too that when we start asking administration for everything in one report, then we get disappointed when everything isn't in the report. And I think that we have to be clear about, like I always think about methodology when you do a capstone or a master's project. You have to be very clear on what you can and cannot do. And I really want to be clear that for me, my intention as the original mover was to understand the cost drivers. I think that as per Councillor Cartmell's comments, a lot of those are intuitive in the policies that led to them.
I think about complete streets. I think about net zero. I think about all of those. I think the benefits are there. But I also think that we've also added operational costs. So if we're going to start going down this road of the benefits, what are the operational costs? And then we have to think about equity. And if we think about equity, is it fair for taxpayers of today to pay for taxpayers 20 years from now? Like, there's so many things that this is opening up. So the reason I think it's important that you absolutely have to have all of those conversations. It's the sequencing of those conversations that are important. If we try to make one report the be all and end all of all the answers, it's probably not going to achieve what we want it to achieve. I just clearly wanted to say that my original intention of this motion was for the cost drivers. There's clearly things, be it we're building on swamps, be it we have policies in place that add costs, be it whatever it is. I don't know what those are, and I need to be able to know what those are to communicate those to the public. That was the intent of my motion on this. In terms of the value, as per, again, my colleague's comment, if we decide that, yeah, net zero builds are driving up the cost X percentage, then we have to have a conversation about, yeah, we all want to achieve climate goals. Climate is an important factor that we as a council have collectively agreed on. But have we agreed all on the pace of how far, how fast, and to what extent we're gonna put that on people? I don't think that there's agreement on that. And those are the debates that we have to have, and those are the debates that would come out of this report. So that was my original intent. So I just want to be cautious to my colleagues of, like, if you're supporting this and you might be disappointed with what comes back, it's because there's so many more questions that I understand this could potentially open up. We have to be realistic with what scope of work we can ask administration to do in any one given report. Thank you.
Thank you. So please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you. I've shared my subsequent with the clerk. As I read it in here, I'll just note that I appreciate the conversations I've had with Mr. Walbom and his team. And so this is a bit of a joint effort. I don't want to put this on them, but it was a bit of a joint effort. And to come up with a wording that would allow for a reasonable amount of work to be done in the next little while. So my motion is as follows. That administration provide a report that includes the following. A list of all projects in the planning and design phase, either underway or complete, where capital funds have not yet been committed for project delivery. 2, a general overview of a typical project governance structure, including references to the type of services and resources used to support the planning and design and delivery of a project. 3, available metrics and trends of the typical resources, cost and schedule required to support the planning and design services required to progress a project through each of the PDDM checkpoints, 1 to 3. In relation to the overall total project costs, including any available information relating to the cost drivers for these phases, public engagement, policies, etc. 4, a general outline of typical cost breakdown of facility and/or transportation capital project, estimated by percentage of construction value. Thank you. During the planning and design phase, including but not limited to internal costs, project management, public engagement, communication, finance, procurement, legal, design services, engineering services, land, etc. And external costs, contractors, material, vendors, architects, engineering services, etc.
Second.
So that was Councillor Briquette. Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you. In very general terms, what I'm trying to get at is how many of these things we do that don't ever see the light of day, or will not see the light of day for a while, given constrained funding sources and strategies. How much effort is it taking to move a project through the system to the point where it's designed and ready to construct? And how much, and how many resources and how much money is attached to moving that project from day of origin to ready to build? My apprehension is that that is taking a long time, that we're spending a lot of time trying to get nearly perfect documents at every point of the process, and that that's taking a lot of effort, a lot of time, a lot of money, and kind of in an 80-20 rule kind of a way, not making it significantly better than if we moved with a little more pace and a little, arguably, less precision and less effort. So I want to examine that. There is a wee bit of an overlap in the final point about, a couple of example projects, but what I'm looking for here is a couple of example projects in terms of the administrative effort to get it to the start line versus what other entities do. Private sector, other municipalities, although I didn't mention that kind of a thing. As opposed to the overall cost of a project compared to other places. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, that's actually a great segue to the one question I had was that comparison piece? Because I don't see any of that reflected in the motion. So I think overall great information to get, but I don't know that we'll get that answer in terms of how it compares to other either private sector or municipalities.
So in point 3, we talk about available metrics and trends of typical resources, cost and schedule required. So it's kind of buried in that. So if we're looking at what we do in terms of how many project managers, how big is the team, how many resources do we apply, what's the org structure as we go through design through to shovel ready, how does that relate to the way other people do things? Very generally, and so to get to that, what are the available metrics and trends of typical resources on similar projects?
Okay, I think I had understood that to mean available metrics and trends of typical resources internally that are required to go through PDDM, but maybe I'll just confirm that administration shares your understanding, that number 3 would look at some comparisons for typical construction in other municipalities or private sector.
I think when we were drafting and working on this together, it was more focused on our internal process, and now we were doing that. So, but happy to hear if there's other dimension to be added by council. So, and I'll let Councillor Cartmel add anything if he wants as well, of course.
Well, thank you for the question, because my understanding was that we were comparing to external, that we were looking at, how we do it versus how others might do it, depending on it.
Is that something that could be added into the scope of work? Because I think for me, I lack some of that that grounding in comparisons, right? So if you come back and you say it's 6, and I don't know what 6 means compared to others, but I don't know if that significantly expands the scope of work or is sort of doable within those existing timelines.
I would say it's a good clarification, and the motion we just approved previous to this is a bit of overlap and takes us there anyway. So I don't think that we can include that in and incorporate elements of that, and we're starting that with the other.
Great, thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Councillor Stevenson. So would these both reports will come together?
Yeah, I think it would make sense to bring them back the same day.
Got it. Good.
And meeting.
Good, okay. That concludes the questions on this. Now to speak. Councillor Paquette to speak.
Yeah, just happy to support this motion. It's a good one. This is a workmanlike motion. These are the kinds of things that have to come about as an organization grows. We've had multiple policies over the years that have built up, and now it's time to be like, oh, hold up. How is this impacting everything? And I understand that we have PDDM because we're trying to solve a problem, and now we're looking at PDDM being, I wonder if there's a problem to solve here. Fair game. This is part of the evolution. I think when I look at these things, though, one of the things that comes to mind, and I think I shared this with Councillor Cartmel over lunch, is that 2 perfectly rational, sane, and informed people can look at the same thing and see different value propositions based on timelines. So in the short term, maybe someone sees a benefit or a drawback to the same project that in the long term are very different benefits and drawbacks. So this is very complex work. And no matter what comes back, it's either going to frustrate someone or appeal to someone, and maybe simultaneously, which probably means a report well done. Happy to support this, happy to support the work. I know this is going to be a body of work, and on a selfish level, if this elevates 167th Ave for Karen and I, all the better. You know, it's been almost 10 years. We haven't really raised a lot of noise about it because we're being respectful, but yeah, make sure that you color this one pretty for us. I'm kidding. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Cartmel to close.
Just very quickly, Councillor Paquette makes some good points. You know, how good your solar panels are really depends on, you know, your interest rate and how long they last and what your disposal cost is. So, you know, like that. The only other comment I wanted to add that I didn't add earlier was that, you know, I originally had a motion of about a month ago that was talking about, you know, what are some of these values, what is the efforts, what resources are required now versus what was required 10 years ago. And that was going to be a really hard question for administration to answer, not necessarily to speak for them. And the reason is that IS came together and did things like create the PDDM process because there was not a lot of rigor about tracking costs and tracking resources and tracking hours on capital projects. They were done in silos by different departments. So a lot of effort has already been made to try to pull this into a coherent, cohesive process that allows us to, you know, prioritize our projects and deliver them on time, on budget as much as we can. So we've had a lot of talk about this. You know, often these conversations, when they get to the budget conversations, line up, you know, as critique of the work. A lot of work has gone into trying to do really good work in our project management group. So I mean, it's not that it's not adjustments required or tweaks to be made, but it's not just critique. There's a lot of good stuff there. And 10 years from now, someone sitting here might be able to say, hey, go back 10 years and compare a project then to a project now, and there'll be all that information available. We just didn't have that this time. So I just wanted to offer that. Thank you.
Thank you. So please vote.
Councillor Stevenson is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, I had a subsequent, but I'm not gonna make it now. Administration is working on it. It was bus fleet and equipment rehab. It's okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. That concludes this. Finally. Okay. All right. Now we go to next one, which is item 7.3, Edmonton Police Commission Audit and Program Service Review. This was exempted by Councillor Tang. I would encourage all of my council colleagues to focus the questions on the audit and program service review only, and then we'll go from there. Councillor Knack, you had questions. Councillor Tang exempted for voting purpose only, but I heard you have questions, right? So you want to start?
Sure. I just wanted to get a sense of who is on the board or who is part of the delegation. Do we have anyone from the commission? No?
No. We don't have anyone from the commission, but these probably be questions related to legal, probably, on the boundaries around
No.
No? Yeah.
Okay, if they're not here, I can't ask the question, so I'll just speak to it when the time comes. Thank you.
Okay, no worries. Councillor Jans?
Yeah, I have a couple questions for legal as well as the mover. So first, if I can ask the mover, it was Councillor Kang, I believe. What were you hoping to accomplish with this motion?
I gotta ask a process question. Should we move the motion on the floor first then, or like what would this? No, I mean this. Except for information, like what is it? What the motion be on the floor? Because no one has.
Yeah.
Sure, I'll move receipt of information. doesn't mean I'll vote for
But
it,
then
but
you
I'll,
can't ask questions to Councillor Tang because. Okay. Okay, then you have to go without, okay, Councillor Jens, you're receiving for information?
sure.
Okay, you need a seconder to receive for information?
Second?
Councillor Stevenson. Okay, carry on, Councillor Jens, but you can't ask questions to Councillor Tang.
Okay.
Process doesn't, unfortunately, process doesn't allow that.
Can I ask questions of you, Mr. Mayor, like why the commission isn't here?
That would be, I don't think I can answer that question because I don't determine the delegation.
Like, it seems like they just gave us a letter and then no-showed.
Yeah, letter is attached to this report. So the response to why they would not
Okay, maybe I'll ask a question to legal.
yeah.
As I read section 29.2 of the Police Act, I have to wonder if the commission is in contravention because we are, as council, responsible for resourcing the commission, but we're also allowed to ask information that helps us in terms of building the budget and making adjustments. Like, I just feel like I went through a capital process where I didn't have the information I needed to make decisions on the police. We're also in a multi-year funding formula. So yes, in a sense, we made that budget decision, but we may find ourselves at a point where we want to revisit that budget decision. And when I ask simple questions, such as around salaries of the police or how many communication staff the police have, it takes sometimes 6 months to get a response. So how is the threshold for 29.2 determined?
We're going to need a little bit of time in order to answer that question. I can't answer that off the top of my head.
Okay. I guess how many commissioners are appointed by the province of Alberta? Is it 3?
To my knowledge, yes, 3.
And how many are appointed by the city?
9.
9, yes.
Okay. You know, it's funny. I want to reach over and steal Councillor Cardinal's notes from his closing. He said, you know, I've got hard questions and hard answers.
Councillor Jens, are you speaking to it now?
Yeah, you know what? I'll just speak to it.
Yeah, yes. Wait till you speak.
I'll just hold off.
We'll wait for that answer from legal, but Councillor Tang has some questions. Just to speak to this, right? You go ahead. You have the answer.
So, Councillor Jan, Section 29 of the Police Act is very broadly worded, and it ultimately uses the word necessary, which is a law intended to be a very high standard of absolutely integral to allow the efficiency and financing requirements of the police service to be determined. Generally speaking, in a section like this, there would be back and forth in terms of explanation why you feel you need it, back and forth conversation, and of course, if there's a feeling on the part of council that they don't have what is necessary to allow you to assess the efficiency and financing requirements of the police service, there can be a conversation taken offline about what can be done to enforce, per se, that provision. But necessary, as it is used at law, is a very high standard, generally speaking.
Could you clarify that? So in terms of, is there a broad interpretation of necessary or?
Generally speaking,
like I'm not asking.
Councillor, necessary is on the lines of indispensable. That's how it's been described in case law, is that there's no other alternatives to it. Without going too far into the specifics of what might be necessary in a case such as this, we do know at law that there has to be justification and ultimately, you know, a case made, if you will, in terms of why you can't do your job without whatever piece of information is purportedly necessary. So certainly need to turn your mind as council and as a councillor to what it is you can't do without the information you feel is necessary.
So like we were just, even though the commission told, like Mr. Barker chimed in and said, yes, we have audit documents, we've gone through this, we've reviewed it, and we've provided it to council. We weren't provided the same sort of information, but we're being asked to make an allocation. So I feel like I'm not doing my fiduciary duty.
And Councillor, I'm very reluctant, you know, on the specific facts to go in public into details in terms of what on the facts might be necessary and not. But I certainly, if this is something in the future that council wants to direct to law to take offline, we certainly could do that.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you. I'm not, let me ask this. So it seems that we asked if the police commission would allow the city auditor to do an audit. No? Kind of, sort of? All right.
The request was from Councillor Dang that, and what she asked was for that public release of EPS's audit plan, which commission has already done. That's my understanding, right?
So I guess what I'm trying to dig into this, so thank you for that clarification, because it seems like we, council, have the right to review, audit, question the financial circumstances of the commission, how much money we approve to go to the service through the commission to operate the service. But we do not have the right to dig into operational decisions that are made by the police service. Do I have that right?
In the most general sense, Councillor, you're correct.
So if questions are being asked about, I guess the question becomes then, if the question is about do you have enough money, that's okay. But if the question is, are you spending your money on this and not that, then that would not be okay, because that's beginning to get into operational decisions.
Particularly in relation to this provision, looking into operational decisions, spending money on this, not that, that's not what I see this provision being intended to capture. I guess this might be rhetorical, but I guess my question is does the commission feel that the questions that council is trying to ask through a financial audit driving to operational decisions? Is that their apprehension? Do you read it that way? And I can't comment on what the commission's rationale would be behind, ultimately, whether it's a concern about operational investigation, if you will, or some other rationale. I can't speculate on that. What I can say, though, based on your comment, Councillor, though, is that this provision, which Councillor Jan's identified, in terms of conducting our own audit, I don't think this is a provision that would support that particular approach.
Either the City of Edmonton's auditor or a third-party auditor or commissioning an audit, any kind of thing that does anything more than say, are you spending the money we gave you on police services? Really, that's about all we can ask, yeah?
Yeah. It goes back to, is it necessary to enable you to assess the efficiency and financing requirements of the police service? And based on what we do know, we could certainly look into that further with the information we have, but I struggle to put this out in a way that it would allow the city to do that.
I guess the question might be efficiency, like define efficiency of the police service. Is there a metric attached to that?
Certainly look into that further,
yeah,
and take that offline, Councillor.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you. Maybe just a few questions to hopefully provide some clarity on process. I think this is maybe to Madam Clerk. In terms of the question of why there's no delegation, I think there had maybe been an understanding that this item would be deleted from the agenda. Is that correct?
Yeah, so thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So it's the City Clerk. So the original motion, just to remind everybody where this came from, was actually during the budget last year. And so in the budget minutes, we created a report flow and we provided a copy of this request from council to the police commission. In response to that, the police commission provided a letter to city council as well as to ourselves. And then we had this item scheduled to come to today's city council meeting. And in my conversations with the police commission, not the service, we understood that there would be no delegation here today because the letter spoke for itself. So we provided the letter with their permission to council and to the public just to create some transparency around why they were not here today. But obviously I don't speak for the commission, I can just speak to the process.
Oh, okay. No, that's helpful. So those conversations had happened. There was awareness that the letter had been appended.
Yes, and there was a request for it to be deleted, but that is beyond my authority, which is why it's been presented to City Council today.
Great, thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Councillor Jens to speak, or you have more questions?
Just speak.
Just to speak. Okay. All right. Questions have been concluded. We have motion on the floor to receive this for information. And we'll go to speaking order. Councillor Jans, go ahead, please.
Sure.
Sorry, point of order.
So Councillor Jans is going to close actually because you moved this, right? So
yeah.
Yeah, Councillor Tang is speaking, and we'll start with Councillor Tang to speak.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I guess my recollection of this motion initially actually came from the December 16th annual report, the EPS annual report presentation meeting, and it was made as a subsequent motion. And part of the intent here was, I know there's some questions around intent. At the time, we had a discussion about this one particular indicator, value for money, and quite frankly, I found that discussion piece in the report thin, and I would have loved to hear more about it. And so this was put forward. It wasn't put forward kind of on the fly. There was some planning around it and discussions behind the scenes. I'm very aware that we cannot direct, external audit or our own auditor to do this kind of work. In fact, I recognize that at the beginning of the term, I think it was Councillor Paquette who tried to put forward that, and it was struck out of order. And so I wanted to make sure that the motion put forward was in line with the legislation and the parameters set out there. And what this is asking for isn't an audit of any sort. It's more of an audit plan. And I'll speak to that a little bit. The attachment, and I'm glad the attachment is attached to this item. All the information here is about process, how the commission works, how the internal audit functions, et cetera, et cetera. I was asking more for content, a narrative summarizing the audit areas. So I think the focus on process to me was a bit worrisome. And back to that section that was just referenced, 29.2, we can request information to inform decisions related to budget. And I see audits as part of that. If I think about the city's own internal audit committee, we usually have a very robust agenda that gives the public a sense of where council and administration's heads are at, where we're digging deeper, where there's a dive into incremental improvement. So again, this is more coming out of a place of curiosity of where is a commission's heads at when it comes to where do you see a need to dig a little bit deeper. I'm not asking for a specific audit. And if you can't share the internal audit work plan with the public because it would diminish the effectiveness of the audit approach, as the letter states, then why not share some kind of framework and describe the kinds of internal reviews that are important to Edmontonians and organizational leaders. And I think, if you look at any audit work plan, it will include things like value for services, efficiency, effectiveness, et cetera. And at least it gives the council, certainly gives me a sense of the approach and kind of the direction this is heading. And why I requested this more so for piece. So to know kind of at a very high level, but also to share that with the public so there's a greater feeling of accountability. And by denying this request, I don't know how it helps build public trust in their institutions like policing. And I think what I'm proposing here isn't extraordinary either. There's not a ton of research or environmental scan or academic research out there, but I do know that in the UK, the municipal police services share their audit work plans. For Toronto Auditor's Office, for example, there are 3 police audits scheduled for 2025. I know these are all governed by different legislations, but I'm also very curious about what other places are doing. And so, I want to come back to the funding formula discussion, which was very lengthy last year. But if I look at the policy, it talks about interdependency and interconnectivity, presumably with city services. There was certainly during the discussion, there was a commitment for open dialogue and information sharing. That was a big part of why I supported the funding formula last year. And in terms of information sharing, annual report is the first step, which up until this council was not a practice at all. And this is related to the biggest line item we have in the budget. And I think asking for a bit, digging a little bit deeper into kind of where the commission's head's at when it comes to what area do we need to kind of look into, and not the specific audits, I think is a reasonable request. And finally, I'll just end that, disagreement about how to approach these kind of stuff. We can disagree on that, like the legal mentioned, that section was written very broadly, so there might be open to interpretation. This is not the same thing as disrespect. I don't believe it's a crime to ask questions, to be curious, to learn more, and to discuss in a public setting. This is the spirit of the intent of this initial motion. I would invite you to consider these requests in that spirit as well. So for now, I will not be supporting receiving this attachment for information because I don't believe it meets the intent of the original motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Knack.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Sohi. I wanted to register to speak because this is probably will be the first time I vote no to receiving something for information. Maybe I've done it once or twice in the past 10 years, but actually probably I can't recall. And really, I would just echo much of what we just heard from Councillor Tang. I think about the letter that I read based on the intent of the original mover in Councillor Tang's question. I read in the letter, and it says, I quote, "We feel a public-facing audit program will diminish overall effectiveness." And a question I wanted to ask today of the Commission is, can you explain why that is? Because that's not answered in the letter. As Councillor Tang mentioned, the letter provides a lot of process information. It's good information, but it's actually nothing to do with the actual request. And I'm going to channel my former colleague, Councillor Nicol, about how often he would talk about trust but verify. Right? For our largest budget item, it is important that we are doing that verification. It's important that, and I know the Commission's doing that work, so I want to be clear. I actually believe the Commission is doing that work. I believe they have a plan. I believe they are doing what they are tasked to do. What I can't understand is why that wouldn't be made public. That's the part that I'm really struggling with right now, because for such a large and important role, that information needs to be made available. Because if you go through the reporting section of the Edmonton Police Commission website, we don't have access to that type of information. And so I'm really struggling to figure out why we can't, where the disconnect is right now, and that's what I'm struggling with. I don't actually know. I think I can't really understand what the disconnect is, and appreciating that some of my other colleagues have clicked on it. Maybe they'll have some insights and thoughts on this, because the reason we do our audit process within City Council in the City of Edmonton is a truly public-facing process. Is so that people can understand that work happens, that occasionally there are some really terrible audits, and those are publicly discussed, and we have to, deal with the public, and they based off sometimes those challenging audits. But I don't know why we wouldn't want to do that, because a little to Councillor Cartmell's question earlier, I would love the question to then be, I thought if we could get this information, then the next follow-up question would be, should we have the city auditor, or see if the city auditor can do an audit like they had done in 2012, like they had done in 2017. So it's not like it's never happened before. But I couldn't even get to a point of asking that question. And then, of course, Councillor Paquette brought forward a motion asking that, and we had a whole other set of conversations on it. But it's not like that's never happened. And so I'm just really confused. And so that's why I actually feel, and I appreciate if we don't receive it for information, nothing happens. It's not like it actually really changes the outcome of this, like if we received it for information. But I do feel that on this particular one, that actually receiving it for information somewhat accepts the rationale that was provided in the letter, which does not address the question that was being asked by Councillor Tang in the first place. So that's why I'll vote no to this. Again, I appreciate that that's very odd to do so, but that's I'm not comfortable with the information I've received to date, and hope there can be an opportunity for a more fulsome conversation with the entire commission about this, because I think it's really important, and this council in particular has really stepped up its ability to ask tough questions of our single largest budget item, and I know that can sometimes be seen as maybe disrespectful, as I think I heard one of the words used earlier. I just think it's doing due diligence, and again, I will point to myself saying I did not do my due diligence in my first term and in my second term with our single largest budget item, and it's this council who has, I think, helped me realize I should have been asking some tougher questions to ensure that I can then go back to the folks that I represent and provide that information. So I won't support receiving this for information.
Thank you, Councillor Knapp. Councillor Cardwell.
Thank you. I'm not going to be nearly as eloquent as that, because I got all kinds of different thoughts floating in my head. Here's a few. I don't think that nothing happens with a no vote. I don't, and I don't know that a yes vote is particularly helpful either. I appreciate Councillor Tang's comments earlier about her motivation and intent, and I think she made raised some reasonable questions. The thing is, though, is that going back to 2020, a little bit earlier, there has been a default to when we don't like, and I don't mean we, this council, we society, we this, we that, but when those asking, maybe I'll say it this way, when those asking questions of the police service, whatever service it may be, and they don't really like the answer, then the conversation goes to money. And so that's where we got the defund the police, which we here anyway understand was not a literal defund the police, but a think about police funding. But that becomes the default, and that becomes it seems, the sort of Damocles that is offered to the police service. Well, if you don't answer our questions, even though we don't, and I'm speaking rhetorically, even though we don't have the authority to tell you what you do, we'll just cut your budget. So now we get into this point, counterpoint. We say this, you say that, you say provocative thing, we say provocative thing, we ask you for some information, you effectively say no, we vote to refuse to accept your no, and then where are we? And so I'm not suggesting that you should vote one way or the other, or that I don't even know how I'm going to vote, but I don't know how we start to unlock this conversation. Perhaps, Councillor Paquette's got some ideas, but we've got to stop this. We've got to stop this. And I don't know how to stop it. I don't know if it's the social media barrage that begins to color the conversation when it arrives finally at this table. I don't know if it's the constant reference to money. I don't know. But this is not productive. And I appreciate, frankly, that Councillor Tang tried to offer a question productively, and I think the answer got caught up in the rhetoric that surrounds this relationship and got a non-productive answer. But I don't know how we get better. You know, there is back channel information around complaints. There's you know, references to particular persons and who's responsible for the, you know, for the deterioration of relationship. None of that's productive, and I don't know how to make it better. And so I'm simply expressing that I have no idea how a vote on this is going to be interpreted or accepted or is going to lead to any productive outcome. And that's my dilemma right now.
Thank you, Councillor Cardwell. Councillor Paquette.
I do have a solution. Be cool. That's all. Just be a good guy. Be good people. So, yeah, let's just bring some things into the light. There's a tense relationship between the EPC and council because there's a tense relationship between police funding and council. And EPC, unfortunately, is caught right in the middle of that. And they're a volunteer group of people who are trying to do their best, and they're just like, why am I being drawn into these politics? And there's some resentment that builds, and it goes back and forth. So I think that pretty much sums it up. You know, you've got people in the public who would like to see police eradicated. There are people in the public who would like to see a police state. I mean, it just doesn't really matter. Like, at the end of the day, it's what can we actually do that's productive. And the first thing we can do is, well, I mean, hey, you can go extreme and you can just say, thank you for your service, and then put on 9 new people, but I don't think that's going to help things. So what I would say is that you just start building relationships. I mean, it's frustrating because we got this situation where we've got transit in downtown, and you think, boy, if that's our #1 problem, and especially, you know, with perception, and it seems to not be the #1 area of effort, there's a disconnect. And who gets blamed for that? Well, we can't direct police, so EPC wears it. And is that fair? Because guess what? They don't direct police operations either. So, frankly, it's just got to be an effort of reconciliation, an effort of kindness, an effort of patience, and an effort of very clear expectations of one another and what the rules are. That does not sound exciting. It sounds arduous. It sounds like it takes time. Yep. That's it. Welcome to how things work. You can't go in and start busting things up because all you got after that is a bunch of broken pieces. And it's all been politicized to get out and back. We know the province has politicized policing. We know that people on council have politicized policing. We know that the police have politicized policing. This is all very, very clear and open. So maybe the best thing is just step back. Remember who we serve, why we serve, and do that. And in this situation, I'm worried that there might be some people serving their egos. Some people might be serving their politics. Some people might be serving their fear or their anger. And you know what? That's all fair game. But I would prefer, and I know that people on Police Commission are listening right now. I know that people from EPS are listening right now. And I know that people from the public are listening right now. So what I would prefer, and what I think would be a lot better, is to put aside all the things that don't serve the public and just step into the things that do. And yeah, did you get your audit out of it? No. Did you get to unlock this massive chunk of money? No. But you get some good relationships that might start doing that, because right now we're so far from getting to any kind of result like that, it might as well not even be trying. So with all of that in mind, by the way, I will say there is a good reason to not disclose all of that information, because If you're a criminal organization and you know exactly how much money is going to which aspect of policing, you can add up what the manpower and the cost is, and you can game that system. I mean, that's why they don't want to put out those numbers. I get it. And the other part is maybe APS sees like some priorities here, but optically there's some priorities, but maybe they're not real priorities. People get mad about how the money is distributed. And then this becomes a complex conversation. I'd love to have those conversations, but we're never going to have them if we're opposing each other instead of walking together. And that would be my hope. That would be my extension of peace and my hand to both EPS and EPC. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pickett. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you so much. Really appreciate the comments from my colleagues, and just wanted to chime in with a few thoughts. You know, we as an organization at the City of Edmonton do have an auditor. Those audits are shared. An audit plan is shared publicly, and the vast majority of the audit findings are also shared publicly. For sure, there are some that are kept in private due to some security concerns, other considerations. But overall, there's an opportunity for Edmontonians to see the work happening, and I think that's a really positive process. I, of course, also wear a hat at the commission table, and I do have the opportunity to see the audit work happening there. And I think it is great work. I think it's important work. And I think it's worth sharing that with Edmontonians. I think, you know, ongoing conversations are critically important in terms of coming to some of these impasses. And I'm just reflecting on how we've spent our day. So by my count, I think we spent about 5 hours digging into our capital budget with our administration. I don't know that would be seen as political. Maybe there are political elements to it, but I think overall it was due diligence. It was doing our work as governors to the best of our ability. Our questions were not heard as criticisms, and criticisms weren't necessarily taken as attacks. They were just part of the work that we are meant to be doing in these roles. So I hope that we can continue to foster that culture of openness, of dialogue, of feeling confident in our positions so that we can hear questions, that we can be questioned, that we can have those robust conversations with each, which I think ultimately get us the best outcomes for Edmontonians. So thank you to the original mover for the intent behind it and for articulating that so clearly today. And I will reflect on how to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much, Mayor Sohi. I've been going back and forth on this, whether or not to receive for information or not. I know it's not the information that was requested, but it's the information that we were provided. And I guess if this is how the commission wants to proceed, we can only just take the information that has been provided to us. I'm wondering if maybe a motion, a subsequent motion could be made maybe today or at a later time to be, I guess, more specific in what is being requested. I do think that knowing what the audit plan of the commission is should be available not only to council but to the public as well, just to ensure that the dollars that we are funding are being done or being used, I guess, in the most efficient manner. So as much as it pains me, I will vote to accept this report or this letter for information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you so much. You know, I think public information as much as can be shared help restore, help build and restore the trust in public institution that is so fundamental. And, if police commission is not willing to share that information, it's disappointing, but that's their decision. I also want to acknowledge that police commission members are volunteers. They're appointed by us, they're appointed by the provincial government, and we appreciate their work, and they try to do their best. But commission also has a professional staff, and that professional staff could have been here today to answer some of the questions from council. So that is disappointing. Since we have approved the funding formula, and leading up to that discussion, what we heard from police administration and what we heard from police commission was, give us predictable, sustainable funding, and that will make our communities safer. So my yardstick of police administrations, I'm making a distinction here. I'm not talking about frontline police officers. I'm not talking about civilians who serve our communities. They do an admirable job. They go out every day, risk their lives to make our communities safer. And those who support them behind the scenes help them do their job. My focus is EPS management and administration. They told us, give us predictable funding, your community will become safer. So that's my yardstick of measurement. And that's how I will continue to judge and evaluate whether our resources that we have allocated to them are making our communities safer or not. If they're not, then I'll have big questions. And there will be a lot of, I think, hopefully there'll be accountability when we have that debate around whether to renew that budget or not, because there has to be. What I heard over and over again, there's a direct linkage between the resources and the reduction in crime, right? We are seeing some success, which is good. I hope we will continue to move in that direction. If we don't, then there has to be accountability to Edmontonians from EPS administration and management, whether that accountability flows through Edmonton Police Commission, that's the right venue, but there's also expectation on us from Edmontonians that the resources that we allocate on their behalf, which is the biggest tax item on our agenda, that we also articulate Edmontonians' desires around safety and well-being. So let's see how that goes, and whether we receive this information or not as irrelevant at this, from my perspective. I hope they were here to answer those questions, but they're not here. So that's it this morning. Good. Okay. With that, I'll go to Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Yeah, I think in the last round, Councillor Carmel had some excellent points where, and I couldn't write it down, so I'm paraphrasing. These are not his words, but where we're asking, we need hard questions and hard answers from the administration, where when costs don't seem to align with other municipalities, we need to be able to validate and rationalize funding decisions to the public. And if not, we're going to need to reduce until we get there. Like, I think that same lens that we apply to our capital projects, whether it's cladding on a velodrome or it's the resourcing of trucks and trailers for a police department, we need to have those tough conversations. We're at an 8.9% tax increase. It's not going to be solved by just fixing PDDM. We need to look at the largest item in our budget and talk about, are we truly getting the best safety outcomes? And that's what Councillor Tang was doing. It's important to remember, this was not a request for an audit. This was Councillor Tang worked with the commission to come up with to provide an audit and program service review plan. So when somebody asks us, hey, like I talk to businesses and rank and file folks, and I hear, the help team is not as useful as HUAS was. HUAS had better outcomes. I can't justify that. I don't have that plan, and I can refer them to the commission. But then when they say, why did you agree to a multi-year funding formula? I mean, when we go back to the multi-year funding formula principle, I go to guiding principle number 3, clarity of accountability is necessary while respecting the boundaries of the Police Act. So I see more money being given to the police, but I don't necessarily see more officers. I do see more money in the upper management. I do see more money in the communications department. I see other things going on. But to be honest, I feel like as a city councilor, I'm being gaslit. And especially when I see Councillor Tang's very, very reasonable, eminently reasonable policy request that any one of our branches would accommodate. I mean, recently we met with other ABCs. I had questions for EPCOR, the fire department, the library. They all are eager to answer questions, share information, everything else, but we're not seeing this. This isn't about politics. This is about policy. This is about accountability. The numbers should speak for themselves. And if we can't even produce for the public an audit plan, like this is life or death. When I get calls from people saying, why didn't the police come here? Why are the police there? They want to know that we're resourcing them effectively. And then similarly, when they say, why are the police doing this or that? I mean, these are the questions that Edmontonians want to know. And they want to know that we are resourcing them appropriately. And at the same time, they aren't being overtaxed to pay for those costs. So like, we can't have it both ways. If we're serious about the 8.9%, if we're serious about property taxes, we need to look at the largest budget item. So this feels a bit like a bait and switch. We heard a lot of language about, oh, if you just agree to a multi-year funding formula, you know, you're going to see more collaboration, more accountability, more results. But then now I see this once the check's cashed, we're not getting the information we need. So this isn't about punishing anyone. I think that, like, at least I can't speak for others, but at least for me, I mean, I think we need to have a separate conversation about accountability of officers via ACERT. That's a different conversation. This is about accountability of taxes. This is about making sure that when I look at the Calgary Police Service and I see all these great things that they're doing to reduce costs and all these great efficiencies that they're investing in, and I don't have that same level of confidence in the Edmonton Police, how that's being presented. These are all very reasonable questions. So I would have loved to see what's on the audit plan. It almost, I have to wonder, like, how much of this is tied to the Alberta Police Force conversation about creating a new police service. How much of this is about appointing provincial commissioners to the police commission? Like I can't put my finger on why these very reasonable requests are being denied, but I have to admit, I do feel kind of defeated and just saying, okay, maybe the province of Alberta should run all of this. Maybe there shouldn't be municipal oversight because functionally there isn't. So let's just slap much like we do with education, let's just collect all the money for the schools, send it to the general revenue, and then, if the public have, like, let's just stop pretending that we as city council have any oversight, because we don't, whether it's conduct or cost or even getting the right resources to the right place, where it feels like we're just being gaslit and thwarted every step of the way.
Thank you, Councillor Jan. So please vote.
Councillor Wright is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That's defeated 6-6. Okay. Agenda management. Tomorrow we will start with our first item will be the quarterly update on transit safety plan and downtown core, which will be a verbal report. Then I would suggest that we make the 8.3 bylaw 20866 second item at 9:30, because there will be, I think approval will be, or whatever disapproval will be, I think that direction will be necessary sooner than waiting later on, because we may not get through the through the agenda tomorrow, right? So I just want to prioritize. Is that that's important, right, Eddie, that you get a direction on that bylaw, right? Yeah, okay. So then we will manage the agenda tomorrow after that. So if can someone move that we make the.
Mayor Sohi, just because I'm sorry.
Oh, there you are.
Hi. Hi. Sorry, I do apologize, and I recognize that you might not have as much time as we thought earlier. Would it be helpful if we deleted item 9.1? And I only offer that as a suggestion because we have a committee meeting tomorrow at 12 o'clock, and I think we are going to be efficient and decisive, and perhaps we don't need to come here at 1:30, if that would be helpful. And
What time is the committee meeting tomorrow, sorry?
It is at 12, from 12 o'clock until 1:30, and perhaps if councillors are curious, they can review the report that was provided and released today, and they're also welcome, as always, to attend a committee meeting.
Okay.
So perhaps we could delete that item.
Is that okay, colleagues, that we delete 9.1?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so let's delete that to vote to delete 9.1.
We're going to do both of them together, that we move 8.3 forward and 9.1 be deleted.
So
That's what I moved.
yeah, okay, good. Bring forward 8.3 and delete 9.1. Okay. Please vote. Sorry.
MJ's just bringing it forward. Just give us a moment. Yeah, we'll clean it up.
There you go.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Yes. Aaron Rutherford.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Councillor Wright is a yes.
Thank you. Councillor Jans, are you still with us?
Yeah, yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes now.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, good. So 9.1 is deleted, and second item tomorrow after the transit safety will be 8.3. Okay, we are adjourned.